everybody! Here we are, back again with a second try because the first time earlier today didn't go as well because, as some of you may have seen, my stream got lost because my settings weren't correct, and yeah, that's totally on me, but it really sucks, so now we're here to try again. We are gonna try again with a different game though. This one is called Ballads at Midnight, and it's supposedly a story about a bard who has to go to a castle, and then some shit happens at the castle. So yeah, let's go. Alright, so let's start. I'm really curious as to what this is all gonna be about. I've read a little bit, but I'm not gonna spoil anything yet. You're gonna have to see as we go. Okay, Chapter 1, Prelude to Dawn. Okay. My wrists itch. Okay. My stomach is churning and empty. My legs are sore. The swath of hemp fabric strung taut around my cheeks and tied in a knot behind my head is chafing against the corners of my mouth. Are we being abducted? At first I thought we went there with our own free will, but apparently not. Okay. There's a bitterness on my tongue. I idly wonder if that's the taste of regret. Yeah, you bet it is. If that's not regret, then I don't know what is. My two armored escorts ride ahead of me, exchanging hushed words. I make a short, unhappy noise to contribute to the conversation. They ignore me. Well, obviously. But are you sure, sir? Really, are you? Shouldn't we stop and make camp before sundown, sir? The younger guardsman is jittery and demanding, with a stooped posture that reminds me of a rat. That's a oddly specific thing to compare a person to, but okay. His round face is marred by pockmarks and worry lines. No need, we're making good time. The other guard, as old and large as a cavern wall, has a deep, crusty voice, well suited to his frame. I once saw him struggle to fit through a door. So you've seen these people again. The pockmarked guard glances towards the horizon line, gritting his teeth. That's not good for your teeth, man. But sir... Enough. We will be rid of her today. Be rid of me? Like being rid of some piss-stained rug? How rude. What did they ever do to warrant such objectification? Feeling vexed, I continue to groan and yowl against the hemp between my teeth. It's inarticulate and far from the most graceful sound I've ever made, but I make it sound increasingly urgent. Noise and more noise. Yeah, what do you expect? You've got me all chained up and whatnot. Of course I'm gonna make noise. I don't want to be in this situation. One of them pulls the reins on his horse, dismounting with a dull armored clatter like a rattling dish cabinet. It's the younger one. Good. He approaches me, muttering swears as he reaches back to yank the gag from my head. What, convict? What is it now? Wait, I'm convicted? Am I not going to the castle yet? I'm confused what's going on. Wow, my clothes look very old. Most people buy me a drink before they bring out the gag, wink. Or you're all ingrates. You hear me? Low-browed, barbaric boneheads, the whole lot of you. Okay. Which route am I gonna go? I'm gonna scream. Yeah. Will you make her stop? What did you ungag her for? I'm sorry. You'll all be sorry. The pockmarked guard whirls on me. Convict, stop it. You'll attract wolves. Wolves? Where are we though? Are we actually in a forest? Because from this image, we're leaving the forest. But, yeah. I wonder where we are exactly. My scream dies down, only slightly. Gods, you really haven't learned your lesson. What's wrong with you? He almost sounds amazed. If my hands were untied, I'd twirl my wrists and do a curtsy. Oh, well, why not? But because my hands are tied, I decide to get in his face. What's wrong? I wager you know exactly what's wrong. I was under the impression we'd moved past ritualistic sacrifices as a civilization, you see. I thought we were better than all this. Yet here, you knuckleheads are dragging me through the woods to feed me to a godforsaken vampire. Yes, vampire. Nice. I stomp on a branch when I get close enough. The ensuing crack obscures the sound as I Oh! You're stealing his dagger! Nice. She's quick on her feet. Move the camera. Yeah. Yes, I can move the camera. Hold on just 1 second. I didn't know the character was going to be there, but that's no problem. Let's just move myself over there. There we go. Better? Alright, I stomp on a branch. Wait, I already read this, right? Yes, I did. Alright, moving on. I palm it under my sleeve in a quick motion, hoping my ruse goes unnoticed. The guard stumbles away from me. He draws his sword to keep me at bay, snarling. You keep away, you heretic! Don't come near me! I raise my bound wrists in front of my chest, widening my eyes to look appropriately frightened. Frightened. And still, I have his dagger. By the time he clambers back onto his horse, his older companion extends his arm and smacks... Oh, he's smacking the young guardman's head. Okay, they don't seem to get along that well, but I guess that's what you do as a guard, right? Okay, idiot. Now we have to listen to her belly aching for the rest of the journey. Do we? The younger guard rubs his head, sounding defensive. She's caused nothing but trouble. Why not slit her throat and be done with it? Let the wildlife take care of the remains. No, we're not gonna do that. Because I still need to go to the castle and do whatever I have to do there. Ugh! The old guard hits him again. I'd find humor in this slapstick routine if they weren't discussing my imminent demise. Shush, boy! We carry Her Majesty's orders to the letter. You and I, no shortcuts. You know the severity of our laws? Underhandled practice will cost you your damn hands. The pockmarked guard hunches further at the shoulders. His eyes dart around. Like he wants to argue, but wait, what is that word? Begrudgingly clamps his mouth shut. Yeah, obviously I'm not a native English speaker, so this might happen multiple times. I'm sorry, but I'm trying. I, on the other hand, have a dogged penchant for making my observation known, and I am blessed with quick retorts. Or it just costs the fingers if you're lucky, hmm? I notice our wise old man's here missing a digit or two. I raise my restrained palms, wiggling my fingers. They glower balefully at me. I've seen actual battlefields, harlot. Do not liken me to your crooked, brawling ilk. Convict, heretic, and now a harlot. Wonderful. I roll my eyes and wrinkle my nose at him. I'll bet anything that the old man is lying. Illuvina hasn't waged any wars in the past half century. Well, maybe he's a vampire too, and he's a lot older than you think. I'm not sure if it's daytime or nighttime. Well, judging from the picture, it's somewhere in between, but I'll guess we'll have to find that out. Furthermore, he boasted to my jailers that he's been assigned to this post for the brunt of his service to the crown. But I know better than to push my luck with him. He is more prone to violence than the other guardsmen. I used to lag behind at the start of the journey, defiant and stubborn. The old one never hesitated to yank the rope around my wrists, lurching me right into brambles and sharp stones. Defying him, I learned, meant having scraped palms and knees, at best. Now it's nighttime, I think. Our pace carefully slows when we cross over a mossy log and a series of thick, tangled roots. For the horse's sake, of course, rather than mine. I work my jaw in silence for a while, keeping a measured distance behind them. Do I still have the knife? Where did I hide it, though? I wonder. My grip on the dagger is unwieldy and clumsy. Aiming it towards my bond is trickier than I imagined. Okay, I was too soon. We still have it. I flinch as the pointed tip jabs against my inner arm, but shoot the guards a winning smile when they turn to look at me. So, good old cursed forest, eh? Did you volunteer to escort prisoners through the blighted bush, or was it, an inherited post? Father's father and such? The pockmarked guard scoffs and mimics my words under his breath. Nothing to fear in these old woods, lass. Not if you're properly armed. Nothing but bears and wolves. People steer clear because they fear what lies in, wait beyond. Surely you know that much. The men don't deign to tell me how they were assigned to their roles. None of my business, I suppose. An overhead canopy of leaves, parts allowing patches of sunlight to heat my scalp and cheek. The journey has been long and exhausting, but not altogether difficult. I'd even consider it idyllic from its perpetual backdrop of birdsong and distantly running water. It sounds quite peaceful if you put it that way. Any sense of leisure sinks and coils at the pit of my stomach as I realize the birds have gone silent, and the sound of water has risen into a dull roar. Before us is a murky disk of water, blemished green with algae, miles long, miles wide, and harrowingly uncertain depth. A jagged, ostentatious estate, protruding from the ground like a sword through someone's back, looms across the water's expanse. Not the first decrepit castle I've seen in my travels, but perhaps it may be my last. That's where I'll be staying then? Home sweet home? Shit. I've barely shorn through a quarter of my restraints. Even if I make a break for it now, they run me down on horseback. I tried it before, back when they marched me through the greater plains. They nearly trampled me into paste. Yeah, then maybe it's best not to try that again. Quiet down, you sorry lass. You may wish to take this time to consider your last words. That's not a bad idea. I could hit you with a real zinger before I go. The old guard groans, mumbling a bitter prayer. I barely have time to hide the dagger before he dismounts and shoves me with more force than necessary. Why are you shoving me? He loads me unceremoniously into a ramshackle little boat, leaving the pockmarketed guard to deal with me while he tends to the horses. Oh, we're going by boat. Okay. Let me just drink here for a second. My breath catches when the remaining guard takes the seat opposite to me. His gawky movements nearly make the boat capsize before we even left the shore. The boat cuts through algae like a knife. Over on dry land, the old guardsman takes a heavy seat in the grass as he watches the sun descend. Okay, so I'm gonna guess that they weren't vampires because it was still daylight. Or maybe they're thrall or servants of some sort. Yeah, boat to the castle, Harry Potter vibes. Absolutely, absolutely. I was thinking the same thing. It's a more serene view than he deserves. I take a deep breath and open my mouth to shout. What am I shouting? Aha. Okay, what should we do? Should we go with you old bastard or overgrown prune? What to do? What to do? Why don't you tell me in the chat which one I should pick? It's more sassy. Alright. Overgrown prune! The young guard bites back a chuckle and clears his throat. I suppose he's freer to find reveille now that we're safe a distance away. As I warily crane my neck around, I observe how the water completely surrounds the estate. That makes this a moat, but there's curiously isn't any drawbridge inside. Oh, it's gonna be like a secret entrance of some sort, right? There has to be. Or maybe like a wall, a piece of the wall that like goes down, or like something else, or around the corner, something like that. At its northeast and westward edges, the moat connects to a river. Following one side will likely lead one straight to the Rubifian Ocean. It's quite lovely, really, to be surrounded by such a wealth of natural water. Shame I never learned how to swim. Well, yeah, else maybe they must have known that. You know, because you could throw yourself off the boat and then swim away. You don't need your hands to be able to swim away if you know how to swim, I think. I should try that. I will try that. I don't suppose I can persuade you to ferry me over yonder? All the way around the estate on the other side of the shore? The guard elects not to reply. He won't even look at me now. Aside from the oars carving through the water, the remaining boat ride is hushed and nerve-wracking. I sit up straight and stock still, trying to keep my weight centered despite the stinging insects nipping at my neck and ankles. Yes, that if it's nighttime and you're on water in a boat, I can imagine bugs and mosquitoes must be absolutely everywhere. The sun turns red as it dips closer to the horizon. Well, that is not a good sign, but it can also be very beautiful. It just depends on the way you look at it. It takes half an hour to reach the other side, if not longer. That is far away. I didn't think it was gonna be that far, but half an hour boat ride? That's pretty damn far. Beyond the lip of the water is a carved ledge with a pit of trenches surrounding the estate's perimeter. There we go! The guard wastes no time forcing me upright and pushing me off the side. I fall into a roll, barely cushioned by the impact of the grassy mud. I aim myself back up with effort, ready to yell the insult boiling at the tip of my tongue. To my surprise, the young guard is still up there, lingering at the edge. Oh, I thought we were just getting dropped off and then he was gonna go away. Okay, we're gonna be sassy. We've decided we're gonna be sassy. Miss me already? I quirk my head to the side and bat my eyelashes at him. His response is slow and deliberate. I won't even remember you by tomorrow. I hardly know you, convict, and you don't even know my name. Who needs names? We are two ships passing in the night, you and I. But it's not too late to change that, We can still run off into the sunset together. Come on, help me up. With the sun setting behind the guardsman, his features are cast in unreadable shadow. His fingers twitch and tap at his side. He casts an uneasy glance over his shoulder before finally he grumbles and rummages through his overcoat. Is he gonna give me something? From it, he pulls out the neck of a familiar instrument and throws it onto the ground with me. My lute! He gave me my lute! Hold on, I gotta change positions because my knees are starting to fall asleep. My lute! Oh yeah, I'm gonna make some music now. I cry out as my lute lands in the mud, nearly falling onto my own shoulder as I reach and fail to catch it. You'll owe me in your next life, convict. I hope this accursed thing provides you some comfort in your final moments. I glare up at him. Old guy made you nervous, didn't he? All that talk about cutting off hands for being underhanded. Shut up. Yeah, well, I hope there's gonna be songs that I know, probably not. But if they start singing, I will try sing along for sure. I knew you were acting jumpy for a reason. I just knew it. You were gonna pawn off my poor little beauty here, but now you don't want to risk getting caught with it. Harlot. Always with the harlot. Always with the harlot. He spits at me before he hurries away. Ugh, stupid. Like that guy must be like, what, 16 years old or something? Because that's how he's acting. I listen for the sound of the boat sloshing into the water, and then the creak of oars shortly thereafter. Now, why is it that when people don't know how else to argue with a woman, they must remark on how frequently she has sex? Exactly! Exactly! That's what I meant with always the harlot. Oh well. With effort, I dislodge the dagger from the inside of my sleeve. Teenage guards all the same, yeah. Definitely. It's still unwieldy, but cutting myself loose is a little easier when I don't need to hide the blade from my captors. Am I free? Did I do it? Oh yeah, I did it! Time to play some loot. I pick up my loot, carefully whipping off the dirt and grime before I check and adjust its strings. That's such a bard thing though, like you just got free and my loot! Or whatever, my violin or whatever instrument you have as a bard. It's, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. I holster it across my back where it belongs. It's thankfully intact, but I'm not sure I can say the same about myself. I really wonder what we did that we are being punished this way. I really have no clue. Maybe, judging from the fact that I'm a bard, maybe I was singing some songs about some king and it didn't land well with them or something like that. Yes, exactly. That's like, if I would lose my voice, like, I would rather be dead, you know? Yeah, it makes sense. I know I need to come up with a plan. I need to explore and get familiar with my surroundings, seek out a hiding spot while there's still daylight. Although that seems like a good thing to do, but I'm pretty sure whoever lives here knows about all the hiding spots because, well, they're a vampire and they would have been living here for a very long time, so they will know every spot. every spot. But my entire body is aching. I won't get far if I push myself to move on. I checked the inside of my clothes for the last of my possessions, kept safe and hidden under the lining. I've never been more grateful to have learned invisible stitching. Invisible stitching? That's a skill that not a lot of people these days possess. Invisible stitching. A handful of coins and my songwriting journal are all I have left. The songs are saved! They're still there. She doesn't have to write new ones. That's great. That is absolutely amazing. I had hidden a number of small blades on my person, but I was too reckless in my previous escape attempts. I kept getting caught and they confiscated all my knives. This guardsman's dagger isn't too shabby, at least. I tuck the blade into my belt, careful not to poke myself. I'll be ready to use it when it's dark. Everybody knows how to play invisible piano. Also air guitar. Also, yeah. Yes. Maybe I should start an invisible instrument band. That would be cool. Alright, I tuck the blade into my belt, careful not to poke myself. I'll be ready to use it when it's dark. I don't think this tiny blade is gonna do much against the vampire though, but it's better than nothing. You can also hit him with your shoe. Or strangle him with those laces you got around your neck. Something like that. The ledge I fell from casts a long shadow. I edge away from it into the remaining light, and I concentrate on taking deep, rejuvenating breaths. This creature of the night, I've heard it can change its very shape. If it pursues me in the form of some animal, I doubt I can outrun it for long. What if it's already around you and it's a mosquito right now? I don't know if vampire could do that. But what if it's a mosquito and it's just observing you right now? Just think about that. Think about it. It's wisest to save my strength so I can battle whatever form it takes. After all, I'm determined not to go down easily. Yeah, you've shown that already. Chapter 2. Rhapsodic Introductions. Let's have another sip before we start with chapter 2. Okay. Dusk falls. There's barely a sliver of apricot orange glowing across the horizon, which means my shelter of light dims and shrinks by the minute. I shiver as the evening cold burrows under my clothes, and I sense the vampire just moments before I hear it speak. It's there! We're gonna meet him. We're gonna meet him. I am way more excited about this than she is. Like me, if I were in that situation, I would not be feeling like that at all. I'd be super happy to live an eternal life in a castle with another vampire. Hands down. I would sign up for that right now.
Well, well. Another gift from the crown.
Hello there, voice. I knew there was gonna be voice acting, but I didn't expect the first voice to be the one of the vampire, and it's a very pleasant one. I know, right? That voice. You know what vibes it gives me? You know what I'm talking about. Put in the chat. You know what I'm talking about. The creatures... the creature... Oh my god. Now I'm having flashbacks about that other vampire I'm thinking about. Okay. The creature's airy, serpentine voice moves around me as it prowls beyond the perimeter of remaining light. It's watching me, circling me like a vulture.
What grievous crimes you must have committed to be sent all the way here.
Why do they always make these voices so very pleasant? I will use that word, to listen to. Look at him! You see him? He's in the shadows, but I see him. He looks good. The voice from the shade. I draw my dagger, pointing it at the source.
Assessing your dinner, beast? Your mother should have taught you not to play with your food.
Okay. Yeah, he does. He does look like a Hemsworth brother. Oh my god, yes, it's uncanny. Long lost brother? Somewhere? Somehow? The voice lapses into a contemplative hum. I want to hear the hum! Don't describe that! Let me hear the hum! No hum? Sad. My heart hammers against my ribs as I lose track of the vampire in the silence. I twist around, catching sight of its eyes reflected in the moonlight right when it lunges. It's lunging at me already? I need a drink. Okay. Come at me, bro. Lunge. The vampire snatches me by the wrist. The skin on its dark, clawed hands bubbles under the waning sunlight before it wrenches me into the shadows. Chris and Liam, well, they could be, because, I don't know, they always look the same as well, so I think maybe they are. My dagger clatters to the ground.
They're talkative. I usually like it when they're talkative.
I like it when you're talkative. Keep going.
But yours is an insolent nature. No doubt you've ended up here by disrespecting some local authority.
That's exactly what I predicted. I knew it. She's a bard. It had to be that. It had to be that. The vampire hoists my arm above our heads, positioning us face to face as he regards me. Sir, we only just met, but okay. Okay. I scrutinize him in turn. He bears similarities to a human man, and not just a human man, multiple human men, the Hemsworth brothers. I steal a glance upwards, observing his already healed hand with dismay.
You smell of chain rust, fresh soil, dried blood, and incense.
Well, yeah, I'm a bard. I'm edgy.
Yeah, I'm a big hit with nuns and orphans.
I don't think I would be a big hit with nuns and orphans. So orphans maybe, nuns no. No way. What am I doing? This isn't the time for banter. I struggle in his grasp. He steps forward and we remain blanketed under the gloom of darkness. How romantic. The sass on this one. Yeah, I know, right? There's a small clatter underfoot as he drives his boot under my dagger, kicks it upright, and then snatches the blade out of the air in a fluid motion. I have this vision, like, and he has the blade. I'm not as fast, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. He twirls the dagger between his long fingers, appraising it.
Most unusual. Few of my guests manage to smuggle a means to escape their bonds. If I had to wager, you must be a talented cutpurse. Which wouldn't be the worst offense, all things considered.
I can do way worse than this. Just you wait. Just you wait. Knowing how sassy she is, shit's gonna go down. I know it.
Stop manhandling me!
Oh, and now we're getting Karen. Now we're getting Karen. Okay, sassy Karen. With my free open palm, I smack him hard across the face and yank my captive hand free. Oh, I managed to do that? I only managed to do that because he let me. There's no other way. There's no other way. He flinches at the blow, looking more astonished than anything. I don't stay long enough to watch how he reacts next. I'm running? But I don't want to run, actually. I want to stay. My lungs are heavy in my chest and my body is screaming at me to catch my breath. But I can't stop now. There is nothing I can use in the courtyard. My only choice is to head into the estate and hope to find a means of escape. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, why don't you just start swimming? Okay, half-an-hour boat, like it's far, but if you're swimming for your life, and then I remembered she can't swim, so yeah. There's got to be a ladder or something I can use to scale that damned ledge. Then I just need to find something buoyant, like a wood panel or a door, something. I run down dizzying, identical hallways. Down several cavernous rooms, displacing dining chairs and overturning saloon and tables in my wake. But he's gotta know where you went. Don't leave a trail like that. But there's nothing I can use to escape. Nothing I can narrow down in my panic. But you got in there. Now you're looking for a way out, but you need to cross the water. Are you gonna do? Was she planning on getting a door to go all Titanic on the door in the water? Okay. All the while, the vampire follows me with an even stride. He rubs his cheek with narrowed eyes. Oh, look at his fingers. His hands, his arms are like going dark. Now we can see it. His hands remind me of like what I imagine if he would be turning into a raven. That's the feeling that I'm getting.
Will you slow down? This is terribly tedious.
No.
He hasn't changed his shape, but I know how quickly he can pounce if I let him near. I can't let him get close. I topple a nearby cabinet, sending it careening onto the floor between us. The vampire makes a small, offended noise amid the sound of crashing glass. Before he can react further, I seize a standing vase and hold it aloft, ready to throw.
Stop it. Calm down.
I mean, he could have killed me already, and I'm not dead yet, so... I pivot my grasp on the lip of the vase, bending my arms menacingly. Water and flowers slosh onto the floor.
You dare to tell me to calm down? Really?
There's an audibly muffled grin when the vampire steeples his hands in front of his nose.
I despise the chase. Look at this blasted mess.
Exactly what I meant.
You realize no one else lives here? After you're gone, who do you think has to clean up the remains of your rampage?
Well, or I could stay there and clean up the mess, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry. Are you criticizing the way I'm fighting for my life?
She is really giving me Karen vibes now, though.
You must understand, mortal. Despite what the good people of Illuvia will have you believe, I have no bestial compulsion to take your life, all right?
Okay.
Though I'll admit you have sorely tempted me with the prospect of your demise, there is a civilized alternative worth considering.
A civilized alternative to becoming a withered, bloodless corpse decorating his hallway. Yes! Becoming a vampire as well! No maid or janitor. Yeah, I know, right? He at least has to have a Renfield of some sort. Somewhere there. Or maybe he killed them all because he was bored. And now he cleans everything himself because he has an eternity of time to do it. Maybe that's why. I keep the vase aloft. halfway between willful rebellion and uncertain curiosity. There we go, that's what we want. Yes, you bet you're listening.
That is all I ask. First of all, this here.
This here, what here? He dangles the dagger from between two fingers, as if it's a dirty sock he found in my chambers. Hold on. This here.
As a show of good faith, I will return to you this nasty little thing. In exchange, you will not stab me with it.
I will not stab you with it. I mean, she might, but I won't.
Its blade is neither sharp nor long enough to kill me, but it will deeply annoy me. If I am deeply annoyed, I will be forced to rescind my good faith and tear you to shreds.
Okay.
Understood?
Yeah, seems fair. I furrow my brows, but I nod. It makes sense. Of course it does. If I actually want to incapacitate him, I'd at least need a larger weapon. I've yet to hear any myths where vampires are notoriously weak to standard cavalry daggers. Well, you could separate the handle and then carve a stake out of the wooden handle with the other part of the knife, but then it would be like a really short stake. So, or you can find a broom and turn that into a stake. I mean...
Good girl. Here.
Did he really just say good girl? I swear. Who makes these games? Who makes these games? He tosses the dagger over to me. It slides along the floor until I stop it with the heel of my boot. With the heel of your boot, fancy and all? Fancy. I don't bend to pick it up. Yeah, well, if you bend with that top, you will see everything, so that might be a wise decision.
Our next matter at hand is the barter.
The barter?
I've been known to spare and set my prisoners free in exchange for knowledge or for an item of substantial value.
Interesting, but that's not the type of barter that I am looking for, good sir.
Fortunately for you, I noticed
No.
a loot strapped to your back while you were racing through my abode.
You're not getting my loot. Hell no. I will sing for you, no problem, but you are not getting my loot. I'd rather stay here and die than give you my loot. Oh no. I pivot my torso away, trying in vain to hide the instrument from sight. Yeah, exactly, it's not barter, it's blackmail.
Come now, don't be selfish. Give it to me and you will have your freedom.
No, you're not getting my loot.
Your life will be yours again. Keep away from Illuvia and lay low for several years, and the crown will be none the wiser.
I can't.
Exactly, I can't.
What?
Ooh, angry. I've cared for it since I was a little girl. How can I possibly give it up now?
I can't give it to you. No.
That's my girl.
I nearly lost it once already.
Yeah, obviously, if you see a bard and you ask them for their instrument, they're not going to give it. No.
Nothing is stopping you from purchasing a new one once you have your freedom.
Yeah, that's not how it works. Your instrument is your instrument. You can't just replace it with another one. It's just not the same. You have a bond with it. It's like it's your child. I don't have children, but that's how I would compare it.
Certainly you'll have to save up for a while. I recognize the value of an average instrument, let alone how much an artisan lute must cost now after centuries of inflation. However, you will have plenty of chances to...
Yes, uncultured indeed. But, you know, you can't really blame him, because he's been in that castle for God knows how long, and he probably never left it. So, I will have to educate him. Yeah.
No. No. I said I won't give it to you.
Why not?
Because it's mine!
It's my baby! It's my baby!
Why is he angry at me? Hypocrite, yes. Hypocrite. I raise my voice to match his tone. I can't help it. I get competitive. Obviously, you're a bard.
You imply me to be insensitive on the grounds of trampling through your home, but what about you? Demanding my only means of providing for myself.
Yeah, let's take him for a walk. He needs to be taken for a walk.
Your only means? Nonsense. You're able-bodied, young, far from hideous. Once you have your freedom, I'm quite certain you'll figure something out.
I know what he means. No. Nuh-uh. Not doing that. No way.
Your venerable age must have impaired your hearing then, vampire. Because I'm not sure you quite caught it when I repeatedly said no. I am not giving it to you.
Way to go, Karen.
Fine. Then you're not leaving.
Okay. So sassy. Fine. Then you're not leaving. He flings his hand skywards, turning and stalking towards the nearest window. Oh my god, how dramatic. Literally flinging his hands in the air and walking towards the window. The sass. It's dripping in sass. Yeah. Yeah.
I pray you'll have fun rotting in here for the remainder of your brief and miserable existence, mortal. At which point you and I might have something in common.
Okay, there we have the first thing that, like, he is miserable and he feels like he's rotting in there. I feel like we're gonna connect. It's already beginning pretty early on, so it's gonna be fine. Not the turning into a fog cloud. He erupts into a vicious flurry of black mist. You're just gonna leave me here to make a weapon to murder you? Once the smoke clears, I see the flapping outline of a bat soaring out of the window and into the night.
A batsy!
Yay! He does turn into a bat. Nice. I groan between gritted teeth, jostling the stupid vase that I'm still holding over my head. Oh, she's still holding the vase? She's been holding this vase the entire time like that? Crazy. As tempting it is to smash it, I set it down and begin gathering the displaced flowers with a dejected sigh. The blooms are vibrantly fresh and fragrant, but they're going to wilt without water. God, I just got into a screaming match with a vampire and upset him so much that he had to, I don't know, go take an angry nap? I'm still alive. I should really count this as a win, but I don't know, my chest is tight with apprehension. I wasn't supposed to annoy him. He said he'd rip me to shreds if I annoyed him. Damn it, goddammit, what have I done? Who says that? Who says that? I should have offered a barter with something else. Girl, you literally have nothing else to barter with except for the thing that we don't want to do. So, yeah. I doubt he'd be interested in a few coins I have, and I can't bear to part with my music. But he did mention an option to trade knowledge. Bards do know a lot of stories. Even if he's had centuries to experience the world around us, surely there's an obscure nugget of wisdom I can impart. After all, I like to think that everyone I meet teaches me something new. I'll have some leverage if I can figure out what he already knows. And if I can't, then I need to find something else to protect myself. The dagger will be of little use aside from cutting rope. Okay. Chapter 3. Stray Dog Serenade. Night seems never ending as I creep through the estate. The vampire hasn't shown himself since our earlier squabble, though his absence does little to assuage my nerves. As any prey animal knows, the deadliest predator is one you don't see coming. Exhaustion weighs against my eyes, but adrenaline keeps me on edge, pulsing through my veins like a heavy drum. The slightest shift of wind-blown curtains make me jump. I keep expecting those moonlit eyes to be watching when I turn. I mean, what's wrong with moonlit eyes? That's the most beautiful thing there is. Have you ever seen such a beautiful thing? I haven't. But the shadows are always barren, devoid of vampires. Does he truly mean to sulk for the remainder of the night? Oh, the music's gone. We've got this eerie cricket chirping going on now. I suppose I should count my blessings while I can. As I explore, I notice how each successive chamber is spotless and immaculately tidy, aside from the furniture I disturbed, which I take the time to straighten. Beauty and the Beast. Just putting that out there. Beauty and the Beast. I uncover an abundance of books, crowding the shelves and various surfaces. They contain an array of technical topics, including geography, astronomy, invocation, and mathematics. Give me that book on invocation. Because who wants mathematics? Not me. They're all dog-eared and full of notes. Don't tell me he's read every book in the estate. Well, he must have. He's been there for so long. I can't panic yet. I can still narrow this down. Assuming he takes the time to clean his most frequented spaces, I ought to pay attention to what is and isn't covered in dust. Smart! It's not a dumb one, this bard. Yet even locating the single cobweb presents a unique challenge. Yes, I know, right? But maybe we will have that in the end. I think so. I mean, it literally is Beauty and the Beast, because obviously she's good looking and he can turn into beasts, thus then he's a vampire making him a beast, so Beauty and the Beast. I set a book down, running my hand across the marble exterior of an engraved fireplace. Even this is pristine, unmarred by old ashes and licking flames. Lumiere in chapter 4, spoiler alert. I know, right? Oh, now I want to start singing the song, but I'm afraid that's going to get me copyright claim, so we're not going to do that. Okay, the nearby fire iron, at least, is an encouraging sight. I pick it up to give it a gentle swing, testing the weight, and wince when my arm throbs in protest. Yeah, you'll sing it for me in the chat. Problem solved. I'll have to remind myself to use my non-dominant hand. Non-dominant hand for what? The fire iron has a dull tip that's unlikely to pierce skin. But a decisive strike should send anyone reeling, even an immortal creature of the night. Well, if it was wood, you could use it. Or you can make it sharper with your dagger. Will take a long time, but might work. Of course, pissing him off by whacking him in the head is a last resort. I'm more interested in jabbing the fire iron into the ledge outside and using it as a handhold to climb my way up. Okay, the idea may sound absurd, but it could work. I won't know until I try. Although, even if I successfully scale the ledge, I'd still have to defeat the moat somehow. Or silver. It's all a myth, to be honest, but if I think about it, silver is for werewolves. That's just how I've always known it to be. Silver is for werewolves. So in my head, that wouldn't work. My gaze wanders across the chamber. If someone is wealthy enough to build a castle, they usually enjoy surrounding themselves with larger-than-life portraits. Oh, family portraits of him. Maybe of him and his future wife. There has to be future wife. No. Long deceased wife. That's what I meant. One would think that I'd have found a big enough painting to pry off the wall and ride across the moat by now. But the decor is tragically modest. Portraits of you? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if we're going into Bram Stoker's Dracula, that would make sense because Mina is a reincarnation of Dracula's deceased wife and she looks exactly the same. Therefore, the portraits are of his future wife. Just putting that out there. As I move to lower my arms, a golden glint reflects off the dark metal of the fire iron. Question mark? I pivot my shoulders with cautious hope. Mind blown. The thin rays of dawn's light gleam through the dawn curtains. My body practically moves on its own. I march to the window and wrench the curtains open. Morning daylight fills the chamber. I've never been happier to see the sun peeking over the mountains like an old friend. Though the moment the curtains shift, a small beige shape moves with it across the floor. Please tell me it's a cat. Please tell me he has a cat. A rat? Okay, that's also good. It's not as good as a cat, but a rat? Maybe the rat is one of those guards because she did describe him as a rat. I hate rats. I've always been scared of them. When I hop away from the shape, I observe how it doesn't continue to move. I bend to inspect it, using the fire iron for support. It's just a furled scrap of parchment, brown and frail with age, so it's not a rat at all. Parchment, eh? Yet it's an unusual sight considering how free of dirt and clutter the rest of the room is. Yeah, I found it really specific how she described him as a rat. Somehow when they do that in stories, within me it always triggers something that this has to mean something because otherwise it would just be strange. Would you look at that? He's finally missed the spot. I suppose the vampire doesn't enjoy cleaning under the curtains. Lest the sun sneak up on him unawares, that might be the reason. I turn the paper over, nothing the smudge of charcoal rubbing off on my thumb. Part of a larger drawing? Maybe even one of those enormous portraits I'm sorely missing. I'm sure it's worthless, but no harm holding on to it. Perhaps the vampire will appreciate my help in tidying up. I try and fail to hold back a yawn that makes my entire body shudder. The bloom of sunlight fixed in the sky, though refreshing to see, also serves as a reminder of how much time has passed, of how little sleep I've gotten. There won't be a better time to get some rest. I look around the chamber one final time. To be surrounded by various furnishings is a mystifying sort of torture. Despite how all those nights of sleeping on the ground have left me yearning for the comfort of a cushion, I know I can't sleep here. The vampire needs only to close the curtains to accost me in my sleep. Back outside I go. I wouldn't do that though. I don't think he's gonna kill you. At least like he has some company now, I really don't think he's gonna kill you. The days are long this time of year. I'll have plenty of time trying to climb the ledge when I wake. I grab a decorative pillow from a sofa. It's not much, but it will make my cobblestone bed a little more bearable. Why don't you just sleep in the sofa? that huge open window over there. Just sleep in that sofa and you will be in the daylight. Just sleep on the sofa. I retrace my steps through the estate and practically collapse into the first ring of sunlight I find. I awake from a dreamless, restless slumber into the cold of evening. Sitting up with a jolt, I scan the sky with mounting dismay. Sundown again? Already? How could I have slept for so long? The clenching ache in my bones and blossoming bruises on my skin reveal the answer to my unspoken question. My stamina is spent. I won't be able to run the way I did yesterday. No, damn it! Yeah, it's cool, right? I don't know if those are in the background here are supposed to be trees, but they feel like spires sticking out somehow. Also this building, really cool. It feels like the very shadows are reaching for me, streaking across the ground like long claws. And speaking of claws, there he is!
Here he comes, there he is! Here comes the vampire!
From the shade nearby, the vampire looks down at me with flat displeasure. My fingers curl incentively around the fire iron. You're still here, on the ground, no less. Where else would I be? Why, I figured you would have climbed onto the roof, run some mental calculus to determine the best angle of approach, and then leapt into the moat to swim to freedom. A beat passes as I stare at him. And in that beat I'm thinking about the fact that I cannot swim. Yes, that would be very practical, but anyone who tries it would surely splatter against a rocket ledge now. Perhaps, and even if they made it to the water, they would discover the alligators in the moat. Alligators? Really? No. What the hell? I think I liked you more when you were menacing about what crimes I'd committed. She dislikes the taste of her own medicine. It's shocking. He folds his arms behind his back as he paces around me. I am very aware that he can grab and drag me into the shadow if he so desires, but he's choosing not to. You never did tell me what you did to get sent here. You're right, I didn't. We stare at each other now, sharing an ugly pause, looking deep into each other's eyes. But I apologize for my behavior last night and for making a mess. Truly. He looks as though he's expecting a punchline. Yes, truly. I don't know what it's like to own an estate, but I'm sure it's dreadful having someone run through it. Indeed. Will you tell me what you're planning to do with that fire iron? What, this whole thing? I could lie to him, but I see little point in it. While I've developed a skill for enthralling an audience with tall tales, it's not as if I can trick them into believing my stories are real. Unless they're children, of course. And the pacing vampire hasn't seemed terribly childlike thus far. In any case, I'm not a good liar. When one's not a good liar, honesty is by far the better policy. If you leapt at me, I would have tried to swing it at you. But I also thought I could use it as a handhold to get over the ledge. I cannot begrudge you for your caution against me. But using a fire iron as a handhold? Really? The ledge is made of solid stone. Why, it's old, isn't it? Surely the stone has weathered down over the years. It most certainly has not. Is it a magical castle now? You would begrudge me for trying everything at my disposal. I might, if you ruined my fire iron in the process. You need not try such inventive tactics if you agree to barter with me. Right, yes, about that. No, don't change your mind! I'll have you know, I'm extremely well traveled. How informed are you about recent history and new discoveries throughout the world? What makes you think I would be interested in such a thing? You mentioned you were open to trading knowledge. I remember it like it was just yesterday, because it was. Every 2 years I receive a new guest at my estate. Each guest has some capacity to tell me news of the outside world. I have previously offered their freedom in exchange, but hearing news of the outside world loses its appeal when one is not welcomed to participate in it. He's sad. But some men and women have nothing else to give. Surely you would not deprive this opportunity from a future guest when you have more to offer than this. Dude! My loot feels heavy against my back. What else can I offer that amounts to the price of my freedom? Please, I can't give it to you. He scoffs at me. Just when I thought you were seeing sense. Also, why are we not having voice acting anymore? I want to hear this man's voice. But I may yet be as amenable as you have been to me. Last night, I hadn't fully understood that you play music as your primary profession. Not at first. Completely oblivious to the world. My recent slew of guests have been cutthroats and highwaymen. I forget that I've also housed scientists and artists. I presume you must be good at your craft. As such, you need your loot more than I do. A sudden and unexpected empathy leaves me speechless. He takes my silence as permission to continue. I ought to also admit it's been a very long time since someone has told me no. Yeah. I know, right? I know. They need to bring his voice back. Yes. It irritated me to hear, but it is within your right to say. Forgive me for making it seem otherwise. As if our cordial conversation hasn't been astonishing enough, the vampire inclines his head towards me. You're forgiven. But wouldn't everyone have fought you to the bitter end? I imagine there must have been several no's sprinkled in there. He chuckles wryly. When properly bound and restrained, one's capacity to fight to the bitter end is quite limited. I expect this lends itself to making my guests more amenable to negotiation and to giving me anything I should desire. Oh, he really wasn't expecting me to break free of my bonds. Enough of this matter. I propose we approach this from a new angle. What do you want, mortal? If freedom has no strong appeal for you, perhaps you'd be more interested in power, in immortality. There we go! That's what I want. That's what I wanted all along. If I am not... This game better give me the choice. Okay? Because I'm pretty sure this character is gonna say no. I don't want to say no. I want, yes, immortality. Thank you right now. I don't miss the saccharine way he says that last word. No, she's saying no. God damn it. No, I'm fairly sure I do want freedom. I can't imagine what price I'd have to pay for the other two. My stomach growls. But I could do with some food. Food. I bet he doesn't have any food. Food. Even if I get out of here, the nearest village is miles away. I won't get far on an empty stomach. You would ask a vampire to feed you? Well, yes. If you're not gonna feed on me, you can as well give me food. No? A marvelously modest start to our negotiative relationship. Your empty stomach shall be filled. I should have a surplus of blood lying around here somewhere. I'm joking. I'm not so old that I've forgotten what mortals eat. Come with me. Okay, why would he have food if nobody else lives there? And he only gets a visitor once every 2 years. That doesn't make sense. He begins to lead the way. I struggle to my feet but have enough difficulty steadying myself that he pauses and turns to observe me. I end up using the fire iron to help me maintain my balance, like a metal walking stick. You look pitiful. I'm sure. My apologies for not being the picture of grace after a 9-day hike with a slave-driving guardsman. Now, where exactly do you plan on taking me? The vampire is kind enough to slow his pace and walk with me in parallel tandem, though he stays in the shadows and I in the waning light. You are astoundingly paranoid. I'm taking you somewhere I can feed you, like we agreed. You mean to feed on me, don't you? No. He says it with such disgust that I gape at him, taken back. Oh, don't even begin to act offended. Have you looked at yourself? Filthy, dragged to prison cells and mud. Your state most certainly will be foul. Foul! Yes! Okay. I bite back. A what now? A retort? About how I'm supposed to taste. More importantly, you're really not gonna kill me? Eat me? Ever? Covered in muck as you are, I have no desire to touch you. I understand. Take me to the bath, please. Yes. You doubt me. I don't know. It sounds like you'll attack me the moment I'm clean. And I can't get a read on you. Maybe it's your fetish to lure your victims into a false sense of security. How easily do you remark on strangers' fetishes? Well, yes, I'm a bard. I had my suspicions that you were a traveler, but I'm certain now you could not have been raised in Illuvia. Ah, yes, beautiful Illuvia. Kingdom of ungrateful prudes. They don't appreciate me here at all. I'm quite certain they did not. We're changing positions. You may have a seat and wait here, though I can't guarantee the chairs won't bite. Don't tell me the chairs are mimics. Because how else could a chair bite? I don't want to sit on the chairs now. Very funny. He smirks a little at that thought. He turns as if to hide it. The kitchen is nearby. I won't be long. I got a glimpse of his kitchen during the exploration last night. I noticed it was stocked with well-loved pans and utensils, but I never imagined that meant he used them with any frequency. I expect you'll stay put, woefully wounded as you are. He's gonna cook. How romantic. I know, right? I didn't expect that at all. Yeah, lovely. If you wander off and I can't find you, I'll have to deposit your meal into the moat. Don't put my food in the murky-ass stinky water. Ah, very well. I'll tame my adventurous spirit for the time being. Wouldn't want your imaginary alligators to be fed in my place. You're catching on. Good girl. There again with the good girl. I wish we heard him say it though. True to his word, the vampire returns in short order. How fast of a cook is he? He sets a tray. Oh, my drink. That didn't go well. Okay. He sets a tray loaded with roasted roots and grilled perch before me. A simple enough meal, but one of the most beautiful sights I've seen in recent memory, I can imagine. Thank you. It's not a plate of blood. It is not. Shall I switch it out for you?
No, I'll be quiet.
I reach for a fork and slice into the fish, excited to savor my first meal in days. I take the first bite and it's absolutely disgusting. Yes. Because he can't taste anything, he probably doesn't put herbs and spices and stuff on it. Though, yeah, it's awful, but it's food, so, you know. Some of the prison slop tasted better than this burnt, overly salted tragedy. Even stranger, I taste hints of cinnamon, garlic, and coffee. At this point, I have no idea what I'm eating, but I'm too hungry to stop. I must have outdone myself. Don't forget to breathe. Mortals need the air in their lungs, I hear. It is delicious, isn't it? My fork pauses against my lips. I'm gonna be honest, because we were being sassy, so we're gonna be honest. God, it's really not. This is one of the worst cooked fish I've had in my life, but it tastes better than starvation. The vampire regards me with an unreadable expression. His next words are as slow as they're measured. I've served more than 100 guests in my lifetime. Not a single one of them has described it as, I quote, better than starvation. Without constructive criticism, how will you improve? Surely you will not begrudge me for being honest. The vampire watches me finish my next bite, eyes narrowed. No matter. I care not what you think of my cooking. His lower lip is unmistakably jutted into a small pout, but I don't get to see it for long. Oh, he's sad. He's sad that his cooking is bad. How cute. Now that I've given you a meal, you will now give me something I want in return. Little emo vampire. Absolutely. I'm not giving you the loot. Why do you keep insisting on these and then I can't anymore. Blah, little trades. Okay. He shrugs his shoulders with a touch of derision. It's in my nature. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No service without a cost. Fine, vampire. Can I interest you in a song? Oh, we're gonna sing! He arches a brow and says nothing, but I can tell I've piqued his interest. I've seen your books. All technically, no whimsy. It must have been some time since you last heard a compelling story. I shift my lute into my arms, strumming it for intrigue, a tempting little preview. Very well, Bard. A song in exchange for the meal. I lower my gaze to my lute, having a sigh I didn't know I was holding. Good. I just have to play a single song. It's a simple request, one I've fulfilled thousands of times in several dozen taverns, but the thrill of anticipation is making my fingers jitter. Just yesterday, I was grimly certain that I would never perform again. Now I'm performing for the vampire who was supposed to tear me to shreds. I trace a fingernail over a single string. Then I pluck at each string sequentially, testing and tuning in turn. And then I begin to play. Yeah, that's typical Bard. The vampire, who until now had a perpetual proclivity for pacing, slows and pauses mid-step to watch me with his hands folded on a writing table. Yeah, it's not bad, right? My voice turns into the best weapon I've ever wielded, stronger and sharper than any knife or fire iron. Notes trickle from my lungs, rush through my throat, and pour from my lips into a song that floods the room with a tale most forlorn. The ballad I've chosen starts melancholic. It follows a young man as life takes and takes from him. His father is the first to be taken, life cut short by a plague, his betrothed the next, abandoning him for a wealthier man. When he's brutally mugged and left for dead, he feels as though his last remnants of peace have been torn to shreds. He finds himself alone, left behind, forgotten. His mind is swallowed whole by rage and grief and self-loathing, until one day he decides it's his turn to take. He takes a torch to the stable of his former betrothed. He takes a noblewoman's heart with false oaths and pretty words. He takes the world by storm, molding it like wet sand to fulfill his every desire. When I finished the song, I offered the vampire a small bow. Throughout my entire performance, his gaze clung to me like a thorn, never once wavering from my body. He's addicted. There, I said it. What a wretched protagonist. You don't like it? It's one of my most requested tavern songs. Ah, how baffling to hear that human men find inspiration in an egocentric finale. There's a version of this song with a female protagonist. It's not always requested by men. Another unexpected revelation. Although I find the song's message disagreeable, I will concede that you sung it well. Oh, thank you. We lapse into a brief silence, not quite looking at each other. To my surprise, he's the one who speaks next. This estate. I often forget what it's like to have more than the sound of my own thoughts and of cicadas crying in the night. With nothing to interrupt the passage of immortality, silence can be maddening. He's opening up! How much do you earn at these taverns of yours? How many songs did it take for you to afford an instrument of that quality? How many songs? I've never thought about it that way. It really doesn't work like that. I looked down at my lute, running my fingers over its surface. It was given to me, which means I never actually had to pay for it. But I don't need to share that with him. Sometimes I compose original songs on commission, which is more time-consuming, but affords me more gold. As for crowd work, a classic in a well-stocked bar on a good night would get me several dozen coppers and a handful of gold. I suppose it amounts to 100 songs or so. If I combine the two, of course saving up for an artisan instrument would take even longer. Yes, 100 songs, you say? I knew he was trying to figure out the worth of the lute because I wouldn't give him the lute, so now he's gonna have me do 100 songs for him because I said that's how much it's worth. There, I said it. Boom. Let's watch. 100 songs over 100 nights, and I will ensure you have food, hygiene, and eventual safe passage from the estate. I guessed it. Oh yeah, I guessed it. Let's have another drink. Okay. Hygiene, but if I'm clean you want to suck my blood.
Blah, blah, blah. Suck my blood.
Just doing our job. Yeah. I mean, it's literally just doing your job and staying in a fine-ass castle while you're doing it. I wouldn't say no, to be honest. Then you can be clean in the day and dirty yourself up in the night if it pleases you. Do what you will. Okay. His words hang in the air between us like a haze. Despite the numerous opportunities he's had to hurt me, he hasn't laid a hand on me all night. If my safety really is guaranteed, it's a tempting deal to take. Besides, it's not like I have many other options. Just some songs and you'll let me go, so he admits he would feed on her if she's clean. Well, yeah. I mean, blood is blood, right? I wouldn't drink from a filthy hobo either if I were a vampire, to be honest. You won't try to steal my loot while I sleep. You take me for a common thief? How dare you? Such an appealing accusation when you can clearly see I still have all my fingers. The vampire raises his hand for me to see. The familiarity of the gesture is uncanny. Yeah, the guard did that as well, but he was missing some fingers. It seemed to me that a powerful vampire like you can recover from serious wounds in an instant. You could have been amputated at the elbow for all we know. And speaking of vampires, I seem to recall a legend that suggests your kind can't cross running water. Yeah, obviously, I had thought about that already too, because there's a moat all around. He was put there for a reason. He can never leave. He is there, he can never leave. Ever. Which means you can't leave the estate either, can you? I'm curious to know what crime you committed to be sent here. I'm pretty sure that the crime was being a vampire. Enough. I await your song tomorrow. He stands to leave. Bye! Good night, sweet prince. Don't let the bedbugs bite. I am most definitely going to say that. Good night, sweet prince. Don't let the bedbugs bite. You realize I'm not going to sleep. I just no longer wish to be in your company. Aw. Then I hope the bedbugs do bite you. Keep speaking that way and there may be more biting than you bargained for, mortal. Yep, there he is, admitting it again. I clamp my mouth shut. He strides to the nearest window. Why does he always go through a window when he turns into a bat? Like, can he not fly inside? Like before, he erupts into mist and takes off into the night in the shape of a bat, but this time he's left me with a half-furnished plate and unsauced fish. Chapter 4, Harmonic Conversations. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can pause this for a second. Do what you will, the vampire said. Okay, because I have ran out of drink and I am very thirsty, so I'm just gonna be right back, like 5 minutes or so. See you in 5 minutes. Alrighty, we're back. Oh my god, I went down to get a drink, then my cats were still outside, so I had to let them inside. Then I went back up and then I forgot my drink downstairs, so I had to go back down, and now I'm completely out of breath. Okay, let's have a sip. Okay. Do what you will, the vampire said. Yeah, great exercise, absolutely. Won't have to go to the gym anymore tomorrow. I was reluctant to believe it when he gave me free roam of the estate, but he since made no move to impede me. I was allowed to wander wherever I pleased. I discovered little of note, just more books and the continued absence of dust. Nothing more suspicious than the errant scrap of paper from my first night. Oh yeah, I already forgot that we had that. Despite my best efforts to distrust him, the vampire only appears to feed me some disgusting fish and claim his song. He stays long enough to make wry commentary sometimes, and small talk other times. But in physical proximity, he's given me a wide berth. Song, poof, song, poof. Yeah, like, you can give me some company, you know? This shit gets lonely. He's polite enough, I suppose, and utterly uninterested in causing me harm. That was enough to move me from a cobblestone bed to a cushioned one. The days soon blend together like the colors of a sunset. Other than my fading bruises and brief performances, there's little to mark the passage of time. The monotony of our routine sways my feelings of weariness into restless puzzling. Questions swarm my mind like locusts. Can you hear my cat? And my aimless wandering doesn't yield enough fruit to feed them. I'd like to sate my burning curiosity by interviewing my vampire. Interview with the Vampire. Great movie. Also great book. Yeah, always crying for attention. But I cannot let him in here because he will step on everything and he will step on my keyboard and fuck shit up. So he cannot be in here, unfortunately. Interviewing my vampire. She's already saying my vampire. Well. But I'm not sure how to approach him when he vanishes after my song's final notes. Besides, I still have every reason to sleep with the fire iron wedged under the door handle. Ever so often, I am startled awake by blood-curdling screams. He's torturing himself. I ventured out from my room more than once, fire iron in one hand and my dagger in the other. I tracked the noise up the many flights of stairs, worried I would stumble upon a vampire feasting on an unlucky traveler who washed up the river. When I would stand at the foot of his coffin for a time, waiting to hear signs of a struggle, waiting to see pools of blood oozing across the floor. That's a nice room for your coffin to be in, sir. I approve. But I always was met with an eerie, unmoving silence. I went back to sleep, with my bed pushed against the door each time, determined to keep out whoever or whatever was making these horrible sounds. It's probably just him being tortured by his eternal damnation or something like that. Although I'm sure I would have run into them by now if anyone else is living in the estate. One can never be too careful. Still, as harrowing as those noises have been, sleeping in an actual bed is incredible. I'm starting to feel pampered. Yeah, you look a lot better, I must say. But your pants is still ripped. I thought you knew how to do invisible stitching. Why are you not stitching your pants? There must be women's clothes in this mansion, right? Some woman must have lived here at some time. I would have already ravaged through all of the closets and found myself like a ridiculously big ball gown to roam around the halls at night singing like some type of eerie lullaby. That's what I would have been doing. The food still leaves much to be desired. Well, then you cook it. Cook it yourself. You have time. But I have pillows, blankets, and the softest pelt carpet on my floor. A creepy estate indubitably better than camping with stinky, surly guardsmen and sleeping on the ground. It's a hassle to shove my bed to and from the door, but I think it's a small price to pay. Brisk, invigorating air fills my lungs as I step into the courtyard. A shiver scuttles across my spine as I settle into dewy grass. I position my songwriting journal in my lap, having recently freed it from my clothes with some careful incisions. I always get lost in thought when I turn its pages. The act of deciding on a song makes my heart swell with calm contentment. After choosing one of my older pieces, a spirited melody I wrote when I was younger, I wrap my lute over my shoulder and begin to practice. My performances occurred in crowded areas before I came here. I had to compete with the clamor of moving people, from passersby to raucous drunks. Here in the grass, I find myself not needing to fight for coin or attention. I can focus on my music, and nature itself is my ensemble. How beautiful must that be? I mean, when I was younger, I used to go walk in the woods, and then I would sing like some type of opera piece in the woods at night by myself. And let me tell you, it's an experience. I can imagine what she's feeling right now. It's a great feeling. I sing softly, timing my rhythm with the shifting trees and the gurgles of the moat. I like to imagine my notes. Quiet though they are, carrying far into the forest, reverberating down mountains. Oh, he was listening to me! That's so cute! Performing without an audience. My pulse quickens, startled by the sudden voice. My fingers slip. The next strum is discordantly off-key. I squint skywards, trying to make out shapes in the darkness. Reclined across a brick parapet overhead, the vampire stares down at me with his usual flat expression. I slam my journal shut and hide it behind my back. You! Did you mean to sneak up on me? You'll have to try harder than that if you want to catch me off guard. In an easy, soundless motion, the vampire drops to the ground like a falling feather. He saunters towards me, eyes glimmering like diamonds in the dark. Did he have those scars on his chest earlier? I just noticed them now. I don't know. Did he have those? I can assure you that if I were to try harder at such a thing, you would not wish to be the recipient of my attention. And I'll have you know that I was here first. Then I suppose I've disturbed you. I didn't mind. His reply was faster and more decisive than I anticipated. My heart hammers harder against my ribs. What is this? Fear? Am I really afraid of a speedy retort? Ridiculous. In a vain attempt to hide weakness, I hover my hand over my chest. No, I suppose you wouldn't mind a free ballad. Shouldn't you be hibernating into the rafters this time of night? I don't normally perform for another hour or two. Not tonight. He gestures to the night sky. Romantic. The moon above us looks swollen, rounder and larger than I remember ever seeing it. Even so, is a mere full moon really so impressive? I part my lips to express my thoughts when a warm shadow inches across the moon's surface, spreading from its left side like a cocoon around the caterpillar. It's a blood moon! I love a good blood moon. Damn, I'm getting so thirsty from all this talking. Okay. Soon the moon is as red as a sunset, a glowing, rosy marble anchored in the night sky. A blood moon? A total lunar eclipse is the technical term, though you may call it what you like. It only occurs 3 times a year. The people of Illuvia insist that a blood moon is a bad omen, and seeing one during my travels was a foreboding sight. Well, technically, you're not traveling right now, you're stuck here with him, and judging from the look on your face, you don't mind. Yet the vampire watches the moon with such earnest intensity. I feel his admiration for it is contagious. It's beautiful. Of course it is. What does it mean for you? Are you more powerful while it lasts? The vampire barks out a small surprised laugh, and his eyes cut away from stargazing to glance at me. No, not at all. I simply... He folds his arms behind his back. I enjoy the view. The parapet is the best spot to observe the heavenly bodies in the sky. The ground is a close second. The vampire tilts his head, watching me with an expression I've never seen him wear before. Confused guilt. What? What is it? My hand twitches, ready to seize the dagger at my belt. I've been referring to you as Bard and Mortal all this time. I don't believe I ever asked for your name. Tell me your name! I don't even know her name. I rest my hand over my lute, relaxing somewhat. You're right. We yelled at each other in the hall and never even introduced ourselves. You can call me Abigail. I could change the name? You bet I'm putting my name in there. Charlie. Yes, it suits you. I love it when they let you change the names. I absolutely love that. Does it? Oh, now it doesn't say prisoner or whatever it was anymore. He smiles at me enigmatically. Yes, budding romance under the blood-red blood moon. You can call me Lucius. Lucius? Well, hello, Lucius. Lucius? Who is called Lucius? Is it the werewolf from Underworld called Lucius? Yeah, it's a good name. Yeah, but I think Lucius is a good name. Yes, Lucius. I call him Dave though. Okay, wait. I am Dave. Dave the vampire. His name weighs on your tongue like a stone. I never imagined myself learning it. With how often he's alluded to his immortality, it slipped my mind that he must have been a human man once. Dave Hemsworth. Yeah, Dave. I wonder how long she's been here now, because they never actually said. I mean, it said earlier that she's been there for a while, but I wonder how long did it take him, like, to open up and stuff. Yeah. It's a humbling thought. Moreover, this is the longest amount of time we've spent without a distraction of music or bartering. He's even feeling affable enough to learn my name. I should try asking him my questions. I may not get a better chance than this. Lucius, if I ask you some questions, will you insist on making it a barter? The vampire doesn't respond for a while. It depends on the question. I suppose that's fair. How about this? You don't have to answer the question if you don't want to. I can move on to the next one, and we'll talk for as long as you're willing to entertain me. Ah. Now I'm the one entertaining you, and the generous cost of nothing. What an amusing turn of events. I'm surprised you're so eager to talk to me. I believe you said something about the maddening silence of eternity. I've begun to understand what you meant. I see. Ask your question then, Charlie. I will not ask for you to trade your possessions, but I may like to quell my own curiosity in exchange. It's the question game! You ask me one question, and I ask you one question, so we can get to know each other. Like 5-year-olds. Ha! Agreed. I wet my lips with anticipation. There's something... this noise. It sounds like screaming. How dare you? That doesn't sound much like a question. I'll rephrase. What? The source of the noise will not hurt you. It is now your turn to answer my question. The haste with which Lucius changes the topic is unexpected. Yeah, it's him being in pain. Obviously, him being in pain. But not altogether unwelcome. He did sate my curiosity to a degree. Tell me something, as a bard. What do you know of the stars? A simple question that leads to a comprehensive answer. Wise play, vampire. I observe the pinpricks of light above us, winking in and out of the mauve cover of night. I don't remember the last time I relaxed enough to admire them. Before my arrival here, looking at the stars meant I wasn't looking over my shoulder. I needed to watch my own back, keep myself safe and alive. Though I sang of beauty and adventure, it seemed pointless to actually indulge in such things. I was far more focused on where I would lay my head or earn my next coin. How strange to be able to indulge in stargazing now with the vampire standing nearby. I traced different patterns in the sky, moving with practiced ease between each dot. The horned serpent always points north. Even as its body shifts, its tail will tell you where you've been and where you must go. Ah, yes, the horned serpent. Anything else? It's harder to navigate using the others, but I know a few stories. This box-shaped cluster is a treasure trove of the goddess Milandrena. Supposedly, it contains every possession humans have lost throughout their lives. That's cool. And I draw my finger between the 7 brightest stars in the sky. That's the first king's crown. The stories say he bequeathed to the heavens, an offering to the gods to keep his bloodline on the throne. It's actually funny. Illuvia hasn't had a king in centuries, and it most certainly isn't his bloodline anymore. It seems the gods played a nasty trick on him, Lucius chuckles. It's such a low and abrupt sound that I lose my train of thought. They may have, indeed. Charlie, I may yet know a story that you do not know. Shall I share it with you? He's willingly gonna tell me a story? I mean, that's cool. Sure, yeah, I will listen. I will listen. I arch my eyebrow at that. Who says I don't know the story? You're being unfair, vampire. Making me play guessing games. Yes, he is! He's telling me stories. We're looking at the moonlight. Feed him already, huh? Yeah, but the game is not giving me the option. I would feed him every night if I could. Lucius, right. You're being unfair, Lucius. Then tell me this, Charlie. Do you know the story of when the stars first appeared? There's a story behind that? Aside from the idea that each one was placed in the sky by the gods, I suppose I don't know this one after all. I knew it. Don't gloat. Are you going to share the story with me or not? He lets out another low chuckle before he deigns to continue. I suppose no one knows for certain how the stars were created, but one of my guests shared with me a tale from his homeland. Unlike the self-serving stories Illuvia dictates to its children, his kingdom believes that humans were not always a fixture in our realm. He believed that once, a very long time ago, the world existed in an endless night. A quiet pitch-black quilt of eternity, unbroken by castle spires and bonfire smoke. Like what, the Big Bang? Are you going to tell me about the Big Bang? because it all started with a Big Bang. When humans began roaming the earth, they would hold their newborns up to see the divine darkness, the stars above them dotting the skies in this peaceful, lonely world, were believed to befriend these infants and provide protection. Yes, insert theme song. Exactly, it's playing in my head right now. The stars were there when we first arrived, and they will persist long after we're gone. That's what he believed. Thus, watching the night sky is when we were closest to glimpsing what it was like at the beginning of the world and what it will be at its end. Oh gods, did your guest earn his freedom with this story? I would have given it to him, yes, but he decided to stay? His cryptic phrasing gives me pause, and Lucius falls quiet. His gaze remains transfixed on the sky. Maybe he's talking about himself, and that's his story. Meanwhile, I'm having trouble tearing my eyes from him, and from the melancholic air he wears like a heavy cloak. I don't know how I ever could have missed it before, because I think that sadness has always been there. The more time I spend here, the harder it becomes to see him as the monster Illuvia led me to believe he was. Perhaps that's what makes him dangerous. Or perhaps
You're in love with him.
I shiver again, rubbing my arms as a breeze whisks through my hair and clothes. Lucius turns promptly away from the sky, clicking his tongue at me. If you are cold, head inside. It will be challenging to play a lute with icicles for fingers. Oh God, he's... And being nice is done. No, I'd like to stay out here a little longer. Monsters aren't supposed to watch the sky and tell you stories about where the stars came from. Yeah, fun while it lasted, exactly. Monsters aren't supposed to spare your life and cook a disgusting fish for you. The wrongness of my perception of him is eating away at me. I need to ask him my next question. Were you human once, Lucius? How? It doesn't take him long to pick up where I trail off. How did I turn into this? No, He holds up his hand to stop me. He's not bothered by the exact phrasing of the question. I was a human once, Charlie. And in many ways, I still am. You're well aware of the standard method of vampiric infection, I'm sure. Be bitten by one, mix their blood with your own. Then there's usually some manner of death or near-death experience, but then voila, you're a ravenous immortal of the night. But I suspect you're also aware that I was not created in the same way as others have been. I'm quite alive rather than undead, and I have no sire or coven to compel my allegiance. I was not aware of all that, but from subtext, I gathered that the blood-curdling screams aren't coming from another vampire. Good to know. Additionally, as I hope you've noticed, I have not lost my mortality to bloodlust. It was your most likable trait during our wayward first meeting. Good. He catches himself as if he didn't mean to agree with me before he shakes it off. Just humans have notable differences. Not all vampires are the same. But the people of Illuvia are keenly familiar with the ferocity of vampire spawn, who routinely raid their homes and eat their children. Well, yeah, that's the difference. You know, if you're spawn, you're grunt, you're shit and you're nothing, and the beast takes over, and then you just eat everything you see. That's the difference. I do not blame Illuvians for believing the worst of me by proxy. Though I do find an occasional amusement in the things they say. Tell me, Charlie, what tale the good people spinning about me these days. Or better yet, have you any theories of your own? Theories of my own? I don't think so. I've heard bits and pieces of vampire lore, but I never felt the need to speculate. I'd never seen a vampire before I met Lucius. There's all sorts of legends about you, but some were more akin to tall tales. People refer to you as a sort of ominous presence or a natural disaster. As for how you were created, as you say, okay, my cat, I swear, I'm gonna have to let him in, cause he's gonna keep crying. Alright, be right back. Alright,
Here he is.
kitty content!
Yeah. Yeah.
I have to turn his collar because my address is on there and the whole world doesn't need
To see where we live, right?
Okay. One of the guardsmen who captured me, he believed you stole from the gods. Did I? I'm impressed with myself. How did I manage such a feat? They said you broke into the church's wine cellar and drank your fill. As punishment, the gods cursed you with vicarious appetite for the blood of your own people. Yeah, he's a
comfortable little baby. He's a little baby. Mommy's little baby.
I've said before that I'm not a thief, but overindulging in wine does sound like something I do. I've always had a fondness for reds.
Yes, he is fluff. He's so fat. He's so fat. Look. Hey, look at his belly. He do a little belly dance.
Go lay in your box. Hold on.
Go lay in your box, little baby. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm covered in cat hair. Everybody who has cats knows about that. Alright. I've said before that I'm not a thief. But I already read this. Okay. Any other thoughts? What's happening? Oh! Okay, what are the options? You're what happens when a man mates with a bat? You dealt with demons. I'm gonna go. You dealt with demons because bestiality is not really my thing. You dealt with demons. Ah, yes, demons. Affable creatures, I hear. Very keen on bartering the very moment you meet them. Unlike someone I know. Really? Strangely, like someone else we both know, it's well known that demons offer immortality in exchange for a steep price. I wonder what you traded, Lucius, if you truly did deal with demons. He smirks at me and elects not to respond. You've tricked me into another guessing game, you know. You're going to tell me the truth, or will you keep goading me to recite absurd theories? His white fangs gleam when he smiles, reflected against the starlight. Does he really have to start with the fangs? If you're gonna start showing fangs, I'm gonna start showing fangs. Do I need to get up and go get my fangs? I will get them. I will get them. Wait. I need to go get up and get my fangs. Alright, okay, I'll go get up and get my fangs. We have the fangs. I don't know how well you'll be able to see that though, but... Fangs! Now I can battle with my fangs with his fangs. Oh yes, also, great bonus, fangs come with a lisp. So, yeah, we're gonna have to lisp for a while now. How does Hernd have tabled? Why, if I revealed all my secrets now, I fear there would be no riveting banter left to pass the time. We wish to stay the hand of maddening silence for as long as we can, do we not? Fine, we do. Maybe I can ask you about simpler things. I retrieved a small charcoal scrap. Oh yeah, the scrap! I already forgot about the scrap. I found on my first night of exploring, holding it up for him to see. I found this under some curtains. What can you tell me about this? Is that... He remembers it. He remembers it. Lucius moves towards me and halts mid-step. His hands linger in the air between us, as if the scrap is a loaf of bread and he hasn't had a meal in weeks. Look at his eyes. The intensity of his reaction compels me to stand in turn. After a moment of hesitation, I gently set it into his palm. Lucius practically cradles the scrap, his fingers passing reverently over the smudged charcoal. I wonder what it is though. I just thought I was being helpful by tidying up a spot you missed. I was going to tease you about it, but you actually recognize it? I do. His demeanor has completely changed, almost to an unrecognizable degree. His stooped shoulders don't resemble the rigid, dry, humored vampire I've come to know. Then again, I hadn't taken the time to know him until tonight. He breathes out with shuddering difficulty, as if his lips have gone dry, but slowly he begins to speak again. I ripped it to shreds one night. I was so angry back then. The night I arrived? No, this was a very long time ago. It was a portrait of someone I once knew.
His wife?
I shake my head when he starts to hand the scrap back to me. You don't need to give it back, Lucius. It was yours to begin with. Unless you ripped the drawing because you hate the person depicted. Do you not want it anymore? Lucius avoids my eyes, though he tucks the scrap carefully in his pocket. A pointed question. Humans really do prefer black and white thinking, don't they? He is referring to me by my mortality again, rather than my name. It's complicated then. A sore subject? Yes. His snappy tone makes me flinch, but I hold my ground and you refuse to let it show. Because how can hatred persist in a vacuum of eternity, once anger has finished ransacking what remains of your soul? All that's left is exhaustion. Lucius narrows his eyes at me. How would you know such a thing? I give him an innocent little shrug. I'm not ready to change the topic to myself, because I find myself genuinely wanting to know more about him. Lucius regards me for a while longer, tapping his finger against his collarbone before he relents with a sigh. I see no reason to keep this secret from you. The portrait depicts the reigning monarch who exiled me here over 300 years ago. What? He's revealing everything. Her Majesty Hildegard Edgehaven. Oh. That's what she has to say, just oh. I had suspected we'd both been punished by members of the royal family, but to have it confirmed, my mind races and I bite my lip. I don't want to upset him any further with a poorly timed question. Carry on asking whatever you like, Charlie. Without reason, I will indulge your curiosity. My questions burst from me like water from a long-suffering dam. How did you come upon such a portrait? I hear it's illegal to depict the faces of the royal family in common artwork. Just having one in your possession, it's an open act of rebellion, isn't it? His lips lift on one side, taking on a smug edge. I am well aware. What further punishment do you think the current crown can bestow upon me if they find out? Perhaps they will banish me to a different estate. Or perhaps they'll stop sending me guests, hoping in vain that I'll dry up like a prune from lack of blood and attention. But he's not drinking from his guests, as far as I can tell. To answer your question, I described her face to an artist from memory. So you've seen her. You knew her from before. What did you do to Queen Hildegard? Was she his wife? Did you break her into her wine cellar? Or were you her former lover? She exiled you when she caught you in bed with another? Disgusting. No. We were never thus involved. Besides, I prefer to take one partner at a time. Juggling two seems taxing at best. That's what I want to hear, my man. But based on your logic, on what you said when you met me, you must have committed a crime so deeply, grievously, utterly heinous to have been sent here. Am I wrong? It has been a long time since I last felt like I was sitting in a confessional booth. God, there's still cat hair on my face.
It's annoying. It's your fault, but I love you. Oh.
I don't miss the glint of amusement that dances across his otherwise unflappable features. What a word. Unflappable features. What are my unflappable features, I wonder? What of you, I did ask you first, as you said, and all this time I've been dying to know what unforgivable crimes you committed. Oh, I've made a vampire feel like he's dying. Quite a feat on my part. I sneeze. Okay. You really must get indoors. Come, I'll walk with you. You'll not be bested by distant screams while I'm by your side.
He's gonna take care of me.
Yes, alright. Let's get indoors. How about a hint, then? A hint about? What, you're still thinking about it? You're insatiable. It's one of my most charming personality traits. Come on, let's trade hints about why we're here. What crimes we've committed. Will you go first? I will go first. Daddy Dave doing his job. Yeah, he is. He's being a total daddy. Who gave him the right to be this daddy, I swear. He seems satisfied with that, though he also decides to occupy his hands with a cleaning cloth. Why? I mean, they're black as can be. They're not gonna get clean. I watch him clean every surface he touches, like a whirlwind of sanitation. Also, he's a neat freak. He tends to settle into one of the various lounge chairs during our nightly performance, but without the backdrop of my music, I notice he seldom likes to hold still. Well, I'm waiting on your hint. I haven't come up with a hint yet. I glazed down at my lute and songwriting journal, trying to remember what it was like when I first held them in my hands. I remember how jealous the other girls were when our overseers chose to train me as an entertainer. It was a coveted position, and I was so proud. Overseers? Is she an orphan or something? I remember the crushing disillusionment when I realized they would never allow me to play or to speak freely. The strict, inflexible lessons where they rapped my knuckles with a cane for the slightest mistake. Ooh. I remember how I swore that one day I'd say and do whatever the hell I wanted. Damn the consequences. You already know that I have a dogged penchant of speaking my mind, Lucius. I grew up in a stifled home, where this attitude was deeply discouraged. Once I broke free of them, I didn't want to hold myself back. I was drawn to everything I couldn't do while I was growing up. All I wanted to see the world, and I did. Okay, sad backstory. Fangs have to go though, because they're cutting into my lips. Okay, that's better. I will put them back in when she gets turned into a vampire, then it actually makes sense. See the world, and I did. There are times I've been relentless, unreasonable and careless, all in the name of acting freely. It's gotten me into trouble more than once. But spoiler, I don't know, I am just guessing. I'm hoping he's gonna turn me into a vampire. If that happens, we're putting the fangs back in, and if it doesn't, then we don't. Simple as that. Also, I was thirsty. Okay. It's gotta me into trouble more than once. Being sent here is the latest in a long line of consequences I've brought upon myself. I see, you grew up among people who wanted to break your spirit and punished you when you did not bend. The stifled home you describe sounds a lot like an Illuvian one. You'd have much in common with the children here. More than you know. We're really getting into the sad backstories. I didn't expect hers to be sad as well. I kind of expected his to be sad. But hers I really didn't. Why couldn't she be just a happy entertainer, you know? I bite the inside of my cheek, just how I was doing with my fangs 5 seconds before, taking a moment to weigh my options. As far as I can tell, he's been honest with me. Should I not be honest with him in turn? Lucius, I'm from here. I'm from Illuvia. What? What? So you do know all of Illuvia's beliefs and customs, yet the way you act and carry yourself is in spite of them. Haha. It seems we are both rather insolent, you and I. Though they should have given you credit for turning out as entertaining as you did. Most bars are pretty crazy and uplifting. A sad bar is... Yeah, you know, exactly. This is the first time, I think, that there's a sad bard. I don't remember any other sad bard. I mean, they sometimes have sad things happen to them, but not like sad childhood bard. I didn't expect it either. It's cool. It's cool. I don't act this way to spite them, not intentionally. I ran away at a young age and haven't returned in years. I suppose I've shed what little Illuvian manners I had. But if you left to see the world, why in heavens did you come back? Not to get new clothes, that's for sure. Don't you now owe me a hint? A hint. Yeah, she practically told her whole life story, dude. He echoes me, folding his arms in front of his chest. He finally ceased cleaning, or perhaps he ran out of things to clean, and has settled into his usual velvet chaise. A hint about what I did to end up here. Lucius aims his face at the ceiling, as if he could see the stars through it, if he stared hard enough. I don't think I did anything wrong, Charlie. You don't? After I made myself vulnerable, told him where I'm from, and detail the shortcomings of my personality. The nerve! What does that even mean? You don't think you did anything wrong? Oh, here we go again with the sassy. So sassy. How does that qualify as a hint? That doesn't... I falter as I notice that Lucius isn't arguing with me, or even looking my way. Will you play me the song you were practicing outside, Charlie? I fear we do not have all the time in the world. I will be forced to return to my coffin before long. Forced. You say it as if you can't sleep in a bed with the curtains drawn shut. I would if I could. I dearly miss sleeping in the bed. Wait, you actually can't sleep in a bed? Why not? Yeah, I want to know. I actually never thought about this before. All the vampire stories ever I've read, all the movies I've seen, nobody ever mentioned why they sleep in a coffin and not in a bed. Questions. You're not gonna tell me? God. Despite his griping, Lucius does not leave me in suspense. Oh, okay. Vampires are prone to compulsions. Oh, that's why we hear the screaming at night. Because he has to keep himself in the coffin so he doesn't eat you alive. Universally, they cannot enter one's home without an invitation, and they cannot set foot across running water. I hear some vampires are even compelled to count spilled seed and grain, or to count the holes in a fishing net. Okay, so basically what you're saying is that all vampires have autism. Or OCD, or a combination of both. I have an additional compulsion, a curse, courtesy of Her Majesty Hildegard Edgehaven. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I noticed this before, but this really makes it clear. Yes. When she had me exiled, she also used sorcery to bind me to a coffin. I cannot stray far from it lest my insides twist upon themselves, strangling me from within. The first night I resisted the coffin's call and slept in a separate chamber. I awoke vomiting blood. Naturally, this is far from ideal. I need to retain all the blood I have. You ask me if I hated the subject in the portrait. While it's true that my anger has faded into exhaustion, I do still find her abominable. She knew how I despised tight spaces. Oh God, Lucius, that's terrible. Oh, she's feeling bad for him. Terrible enough for us to move on to your nightly performance? Yes, of course. Forgive me. I clear my throat, brushing my fingers over my neck. What you doing now? Is that when you'd like me to bite you? I didn't see that one. I didn't do. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Okay. As a matter of fact, yes. But do continue. I yank my hand away from my neck as if I touched a hot pan. Lucius! I jest. If I bit you there, you would die from blood loss. Aw, you naughty. Though I would bite you if you asked it of me. Are you so certain that you're not interested in eternal life? Say yes! I have a runny nose. Say yes! You keep talking like a man who no longer wants to hear a song. Lucius raises his hands in surrender, though I catch sight of his shoulders still quaking with amusement. He is just asking you this because he wants you to stay there with him, because he's lonely and he likes you. That's what's going on. I said it. Chapter 5. I wonder how many chapters there are. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Looking it up real quick. Ballads. Tell me how many chapters. I want to know how far I'm in the story. Yep, that's taking too long to look it up. Let's continue. The heavens are generous with rain this year. Within a fortnight of my stay, black clouds had begun blotting out the moon. A few days later, we were neck-deep in alluvious rainfall season. At first I was nervous that the moat would overflow and flood the estate. But the weather was wickedly fickle. The rain frequently stopped and began anew, like a broken music box. Nonetheless, the ground outside was perpetually muddy. I spent a lot of time indoors, and I was reluctant to soil the only boots I owned, and Lucius gave me hell whenever I left dirty footprints in the halls. For a second, I thought she was wearing something else. I don't know why, but okay. Tonight, a thick fog hangs like a curtain outside. The windows shake and rattle, straining against the storm. Because I'm disinclined to set foot in violently dreary weather, I decide this is an optimal opportunity to write some new songs. I was surprised to find a number of brushes, parchment, and writing quills stowed away in a cupboard, and even more surprised to find an inkwell that hadn't dried out. I recall how the vampire told me he housed an artist once, and tried to picture whether said artist could have single-handedly smuggled in all these materials. He must have been much sneakier than me, or had a lot more pockets. If I were him, I would have prioritized smuggling in some food and weapons instead of art supplies. Well, you smuggled in your book with your songs in it, so it's kind of the same thing. But I should be grateful to him in any case. I had made myself a bowl of soup, boiled turnip and mushrooms, so I could write without being interrupted by hunger. Lucius's disgusting fish can only tide me over for so long. While I never had much interest in cooking and often survived on trail rotations in the past, I do know how to feed myself in a pinch. Although my soup is only palatable due to some dried herbs I scrounged from the near empty pantry. There may be unforeseen perks to living in a vampire's castle, but gourmet meals are certainly not one of them. Thankfully, I've never had much interest in the finer things. While my soup cools, I start a small fire to keep myself warm. On the whole, my impromptu little workspace is comfortable. I've always wanted a writing nook, and this may be the closest I'll ever get to having one. Like, what great, amazing life does she have? She's just in a castle, she doesn't have to work, she can do whatever she wants, and she just has to sing a song now and then. Okay, that's kind of work for her. But if the thing you love most is your job, then it's not work. So, I would sign up for this life. Yep. Unfortunately, I tapped the nib of my quill against the writing desk, glaring at the blank, loose-leaf piece of parchment. Call me a perfectionist, but I refuse to transcribe a song into my journal until I'm certain it's amazing. 6 chapters. Oh, then we're nearly done. That's sad. I mean, yeah, we just started chapter 5. So, yeah, we're nearly done. Besides, I found it more freeing to write when I don't care for the paper I'm using. I scratch out the word before my quill completes the arc of the E. I have everything I need to write, don't I? But now that I'm sitting down to do it, my head feels as foggy as the weather outside. Yeah, that happens. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself. Let's try this again. There once was an old farmer who... The weight of each word feels hackneyed. Hackneyed? I have never heard that word in my life. Hackneyed and rotten, like old apples. I feel like I'm choking on them. I flip the parchment over, feeling miserable with contempt. Stupid blank page. Before long, I find myself fleeing backwards through my journal. It doesn't contain much of my original work, honestly. To survive as a traveling bard, I've had to memorize and rewrite songs that were already popular, already known. Yeah, that's the music biz. Original work, I quickly learned, was not often well received in an unruly tavern. I've been booed, had tomatoes thrown at me, and have even gotten into brawls because someone wanted to hear a song I didn't know how to play. So I had to learn. I had to adapt. I had to make it work. At times I've even stolen promising lyrics from my peers and rivals. I hated doing it, but I did it anyway. And all for what? Freedom? Coin? Glory? Gods, with so much time to think, I can't help wondering if the life I've led has been one worth living. The vampire was right about the maddening silence. It must be well past midnight. Lucius should be here any minute now. I realized then that while thoughts of his arrival used to fill me with dread, I've recently looked forward to seeing him. Yes, ma'am! Yes, ma'am! Here we go! We've been surprising each other with how easily the conversations came, how willing we were to talk. I often find myself trying to stay awake to finish a thought only to be shooed to bed the moment he catches me yawning. As much as it pains me, I just can't get the hang of the night cycles. I've tried because being in his company is far more preferable than being stuck with my own. Yeah, obviously. This leaves me cherishing the few hours we have together each night.
That's so cute, though.
Without even realizing it, I had flipped through every page of my songs. My hand pauses over the inside cover of my journal. I gaze absent-mindedly at the strange runic symbol on the first page. Some sort of bejeweled pendant encircled by a knotted half-wreath of thorns, which has somehow resisted fading no matter how often I've touched it over the years. Brushing over the bold red ink, I wonder if I'm imagining the faintly sharp prickle across the pads of my fingers. Below the symbol, written in a hurried, clumsy scrawl, are the words, "Keep safe. O." I once felt at ease from such simple words. Looking at them now only tightens the knot at the pit of my gut. Maybe this is a sign that I just need to move on to bigger and better things, that I've been too rooted in the past. I shut the journal. My chair squeals against the floor as I stand up. I hate it when chairs do that. That sound, it's just... It drives me nuts. I'm very happy they did not put that sound effect in there. Pressing my palms on either side of the blasted book. I could toss it into the fireplace if I wanted to. Here and now, I could break the final chains linking me to my past. Keep safe. Those were her instructions to me. Try as I might, I can't defy them. I gathered the journal into my arms, cradling it against my chest. For a moment I can still feel that blossom of warmth from her words. Keep safe. I'm gonna go find Lucius. This silence truly is maddening. I gather my things, striding out into the hall. Bam! And she bumps into him, only to collide unwittingly into the vampire lurking outside. He catches me by my forearms, taking a step back to keep us balanced, although my journal and supplies tumble to the floor.
Oh, my baby's being so sweet laying at my feet, looking at his mommy game.
Lucius!
Charlie!
Lucius releases me once he's sure I'm steady and immediately bends to pick up the mess. Cleaning up the stuff she's dropped, eh? Oh, what a gentleman! No, don't! I seize the journal and hold it away from him. He eyes me with some measure of confusion, but shrugs and picks up the loose parchment instead. Yeah, he's gonna read it. He's definitely gonna read it. At some point. Maybe not right now, but at some point. I see you found some old supplies. I'm glad they're getting some use. Though I really thought the ink would have dried out by now. What have you written so far? There once was an old man in a farm. I snatched the documents from him. I won't have you making fun of my first drafts. What are you doing out here? I didn't wish to disturb you. You looked like you were trying to focus. In vain, perhaps. There was not much to disturb. But you were trying to be considerate. Thank you. Lucius nods. Dismissive, but polite. He doesn't like to acknowledge gratitude. For you to rush out of the chamber like a bat from a cave. Why? Rushing to seek inspiration elsewhere? No. Gods, I can't just admit that I wanted to talk to him until I forget my grievances. Isn't it time for our nightly ballad? He watches me through narrowed eyes, but favors me with a small smile. You need not hurry for such a thing. If you wish to write tonight, you may write. Come. What? Wait. Lucius all but pulls me back into the chamber, coaxing me to be seated once again at the writing desk. I scowl at him, drawing my knees to my chest. Lucius, I don't... Heels off the furniture. Heels off the furniture? Are you gonna tell me not to put my heels on the furniture? I will put my heels on the furniture right now. And what are you gonna do about it? Absolutely nothing. I scowl at him harder, but lower my legs to flatten my heels on the floor. I wanted to write, but I couldn't think of anything. You also never finished your soup. It's gone cold. My soup! I completely forgot about my soup. Rebel. Yes, absolutely. He looks pointedly at my bowl. You're a terrible slow eater, aren't you? It may yet expire before you finish it. I'm not a slow eater. I'm a distracted eater. Why, do you want my soup? Here. I push it towards him. He gently pushes it back. No, thank you. My taste buds aren't quite what they used to be. A mortal's meal may as well be a mouthful of dust. That explains your cooking. She did not just say that. Lucius arches a brow at me. Forgive me. That was uncalled for. Have I done something to annoy you? No, not at all. I chew my lip. She's chewing her lip. I don't think I want to write anymore, and I don't want any more of this soup. Ah, I was presumptuous then. I wouldn't go that far. Look, can we just talk for a while? That was what I wanted. He extends his arm, gesturing for me to take the opposite seat to him. I relocate gratefully away from the writing desk, slumping onto the cushioned bench. You have something on your mind? Yes, but I don't want to talk about it. I understand. What would you like to discuss instead? Lucian leans forward with his elbow propped in his knees. With the candid way he's staring at me, I almost feel like I can tell him anything. But I'd rather not talk about myself. Not yet. What do you eat? Are we really going that route again? You're just gonna make it romantic and then you're gonna ask him about his food? I swear. I mean, you sustain yourself with blood, but if you only get a guest every couple of years, and even then, sometimes you let them go or don't feed on them at all. I can make do with animal blood. Fish, mostly, as the moat is rich with them. Oh, that really explains his cooking. That other thing I've been wondering, if you can't cross the water, how do you get the fish? by using tools like a civilized mammal. So a fishing rod? You fish? Oh my god, I remember seeing this guy sitting and fishing with like a straw hat. Yes. Sometimes I use a net, sometimes I use a spear and some rope. I have a very strong throwing arm. Yes, I can see that. Look at the size of that. Look at the size of that. Doing his daily fishing, yeah. Against my better judgment, I observe his shoulders and upper arms. Yeah, I was doing the same. Searching for any hints of bulging muscle under his sleeves. Well, his one arm is exposed. He even has this band on his muscle. If Lucius notices me doing it, he keeps it to himself. Oh, he does not like that. For that matter, I'm surprised you haven't asked how I intend to ensure your freedom when I myself cannot cross the water. Because I haven't thought about what I'll do when I leave, the thought feels like an anchor in my chest, a heavy reminder of the future. I presumed you'd tell me when it was time. Of course, I can also tell you early. I will simply throw you across the moat like a javelin. Yeet! He will just yeet her. He will do a big ass yeet. You wouldn't! He practically chuckles as I recoil from him. I wouldn't. There's another way. I will show you in due time. Oh, then good. Yeah, this man, I swear. Daddy Dave, with his dad jokes. We lapse into a hollow silence as my mind wanders back to my troubles, until the vampire starts making a tutting sound at me. A tutting sound? What does that sound like, a tutting sound? Is it like... Is that what they mean? I don't know. I like the throw option though, more adventurous. Yeah, but maybe the other option is like an underground dungeon crawl or something. That's also pretty adventurous. He studies my face with intent, and I realize too late that my pleasantly neutral facade had at some point fallen into a frown. You're in low spirits tonight. Is the weather bringing you down? How else can I help? I suppose I could try telling you a joke, but I only know the one, and no, I shouldn't. I will refrain. It's quite filthy. Tell me the dad joke! Tell me the dad joke. I want the dad joke. That piques my interest. I don't mind dirty jokes. I've spent a lot of time in taverns, you know. I'm almost certain I've heard them all. No, Charlie, you don't understand. This is not meant for polite company. Then why mention it in the first place? We don't need to be polite company all the time, do we? We can be a little impolite. It's not a little impolite, it's unforgivably dirty. Say it already! Please, Lucius. Very well. Here we go! Filthy. You can't say I didn't warn you. It's not too late to change your mind. Lucius, you're killing me. Do you want me to beg? I don't think I can go on without hearing it. His laugh is a low rumble in his chest, and he still makes me wait several seconds before he finally delivers his dirty joke. Oh my god. A white horse falls in waist-deep mud. That's it? That's the dirtiest joke, you know? Wait a minute. I don't get it. I'm confused. He just tricked you and there's no dirty joke at all? He tricked me! He played me for a fool! Oh, I should have been so furious with him. But indignant laughter is already bubbling from between my lips. What? How dare you? It's not even funny or haha, the worst. Yeah, it is. But it's not filthy. I wouldn't call it filthy. Dirty, yeah, but filthy... My laughter ripples into a snort, and I know it's futile to try to contain it. Lucius smiles at me all the while, incorrigibly satisfied. Gods, I hate this vampire. No, you don't, you love him. I had a similar reaction when I first heard the joke. It pleases me to do some justice. You? Burst out laughing. I don't remember my exact reaction. It was a long time ago. Well, do you remember who taught you that joke? A former guest, Gillian. Lucius's face softens, and my laughter stops like a clogged drain. There's that sadness again. He, didn't try to barter with that joke, did he? Oh gods, can you imagine? No. This was before I began bartering with people. A darker time. Where you drank times lifted with a joke about a white horse? Lucius smiles at me wryly. Would you like me to tell you about him? I'm surprised at myself when the words spill from my mouth. Not if it troubles you. I mean, if you wish to tell me, I will listen. Lucius hesitates, tapping on his collarbone until he musters the initiative to speak. When I was first exiled to this estate 300 years ago, there truly was no escape. I frequently fought with the desperate men and women who were sent here. They feared me even when I showed them kindness and reason, and made a point to attack me when I least expected it. My spine stiffens. That frightened, desperate outlook sounds grimly similar to my own back when I first arrived. You had no choice but to defend yourself. I did try other methods in hope of coexisting, of earning their trust. But yes, they tended to turn on me regardless. It often resulted in a fight to the death. Their deaths at my hands. I never could resist untying them. I felt a certain kinship for them, I suppose, before it was inevitably dashed. It was never difficult to overpower them. They were mere humans and I was an immortal being. I was becoming more powerful with age. Until one day, when I was careless, I had subdued an intruder and left her at the brink of death. Unbeknownst to me, conditions were ripe for her to turn. Oh. As a vampire spawn, she was vicious. Her anger overpowered any compulsion I had over her, and she managed to run me through in the same moment I ripped out her throat. Lucius's hand hovers over his chest, where his wounds must have been. Oh, maybe that's what this scratchy is. I was alive, but I was pinned down, paralyzed in place. I was lucky to have fallen in the shadow near my coffin. The vampire spawn was not so lucky. She was well and truly dead, and so she began to decompose. Through those claws remained embedded in my chest as a parting gift. Yeah, that's the scratches. I was perpetually awake, but I could not move. I must have laid there for nearly 2 years. 2 years? It took him 2 years to heal? That's something else. Lucius, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that must have been the nap of a lifetime. I wish I could sleep for 2 years. I'll probably still be tired after though. You run into a lot of strife when you become as old as I have. It's not unusual. Yes, but it must have been harrowing. Mostly I was just bored. He's being aloof, but his hand is massaging his chest right above his heart. I assume he doesn't want to show weakness. Gillian was the one who found me there. He gave me a wide berth at first, approached only to use the vampire spawn's claws to cut his bonds before jumping away. Comically, really, by then I was practically a husk. I could sense him, but I could not move and could not speak. I would sense him coming and going each night, wandering the estate, much like you've been doing. After some time he returned to my side and tugged the claws out of my chest. He what? I knew the story must have been leading there, but it was still a bit of a shock. Why on earth would someone release a petrified vampire? Oh, he was in torpor. Okay, so kind of like being staked, and if you pull out the stake, then they're alive again. Interesting. I'm gonna go with he must have been incredibly kind. I suppose he felt some kinship for you. You were both trapped. He certainly was kind. Much too kind, I think. Lucius chuckles quietly. He was the one who drew the portrait, the scrap you found. We burned wood together to make charcoal, and he made all kinds of artwork during his stay. I destroyed much of his work when I lost him, and I regret allowing my emotions get in the way of reason. It just wasn't fair. The way he convinced me to have compassion for others, the way his gentle nature allowed us to gather a motley little group, it wasn't fair. The way he... Oh, he get angry. He getting angry. This little group of guests I had, they're the ones who figured out a way to escape this blasted estate. I encouraged Gillian to go with them, but he wanted to stay behind. He wanted to stay with me. Which meant, of course, that my very next guest was a cruel one. I awoke to the intruder rifling through my things while Gillian bled out in the courtyard. The next guest murdered his friend? That's so sad. Lucius, you better have murdered him. Okay? Death is a fate all mortals share. I know it all too well, but it shouldn't have been his time. As I let the story sink in, my next words are quite careful. Yes, it's so much drama. I didn't expect all this drama. I thought we were done with the sad backstories, but apparently we're not. Did you kill his murderer? He better have! Ruthlessly, but it gave me no satisfaction. My Lucius heaved a heavy, shuddering breath. Wow. Gillian was still gone. I was alone again, and I had no one else to blame. I am going to ask if you was in love with him. You were in love with him, weren't you? You become more direct with each passing day, Charlie. Yes, I loved him. I'm no stranger to the company of men, women, and anyone in between. Neither was he. Though many years have passed, I still remember him fondly. He was a good man. It was sometimes after that when I began bartering with my guests. Immediately offering them freedom made them cagey. They suspected me of foul play, of being up to something. It was as if they needed to pay a price for their freedom. It helped them feel at ease, in control. It helped them make sense of... Lucius gesturing at himself. I remember this... I'm stumbling over my words again. I remember the scuffle we had when I first arrived. The way he disarmed me, but otherwise kept his distance. The way he prowled around and said those menacing things. You had to play the part people expected of you. It's exhausting. But they fear me more if I don't. And of course bartering does not come from a place of pure altruism. It gives me something to look forward to. Alleviates my apprehension of what the next guests will have in store. When one finds himself acting as the Queen's personal executioner, the odds are high that some of the people he sends will be dangerous. Though, occasionally I will receive someone kind enough to offer a listening ear. Like Gillian? Like you? Daddy! I blink at him, bewildered. She blinked at him. Ooh. Gillian was kind, but he was a notoriously bad listener. Daddy Dave strikes again. Yes, he does. Look at his face. You see this smirk? Smirky ass motherfucker. Gillian was kind, but he was a notoriously bad listener. He would have interrupted me 10 times just then. Usually with some absurd tangent about how he thought snails were effervescent. Yeah, he does know he got game. And he's got difficult English words I've never heard in my life. That's what he got as well. What I mean to say is thank you for listening to my sad old tale about a lost love. I've never told anyone before. Can I ask you one more question? God, she keeps going with the questions. She is not stopping with the questions. Of course. Anything. Something about that last word makes my stomach flutter. No, I must be hungry. I grab my deserted bow and sip the old cold soup. If Gillian was such a good man, what did he do to get sent here? What was his crime? Lucius outright grins at the question. He edges a little closer to me, as if he wishes to rope me into a conspiracy. Supposedly, he painted an unflattering portrait of a nobleman's daughter. That is an actual crime. Well, not right now, but that used to be an actual crime back then. People were crazy like that. What? That's it? Yes, and Gillian couldn't help it. He was both an architect and a prestigious painter, lauded for his accuracy and attention to detail. To willfully make the girl more beautiful than she was, well, it would have been a lie and it would have tarnished his good name. The daughter's betrothed took one look at the portrait and cancelled their arrangement, leaving the nobleman high and dry with an unwed daughter. The nobleman needed someone to take the fall and convince the crown to send Gillian here. But it wasn't Gillian's fault that I had an ugly daughter. I clasp my hand over my mouth. My giggles are punctuated only by the sound of crackling fire. I hadn't anticipated that Lucius would make me laugh more than once, let alone show such vulnerability tonight. And it's so odd, it sounds like the artist was punished for revealing the truth, even if it wasn't entirely his intent to do so. In a way, I suppose I swivel my lute into my lap and glaze down at it. It's awash in glowing firelight. I think I'm ready to tell you what I did, Lucius. He straightens, immediately at attention. Really? Yes. You've kept me waiting for so long, I didn't expect... Hold on just a moment, I need a drink. Shall I fetch you a glass as well? Okay. I think it will be nice to keep my throat from going dry, yes. What do you have on the menu? Wine. You have wine? Where? Since when? This girl just wanting a glass of wine the entire time, thinking there was no wine, and now she finds out that there is wine. I mean, sure, if you don't mind sharing. Lucius shoots me a mysterious, winning grin before he stalks off into the halls. Where does he hide these things? Every so often Lucius will present me with some new object or tool from God knows where. Just earlier this week he fetched me a ladder to climb the ledge when I complained about running out of bathing water. Once I climbed up, he made me promise not to attempt the perilous journey of swimming across the moat, and then handed me a bucket and told me to take all the water I needed. I could swear I've walked through every hall and peeked in every room. Not once have I ever seen any ladders or buckets until he materialized them into existence. Yes, they need their wine, that's for sure. Why do I not have wine? I just have this Coke Zero. Maybe he knows creation spells, conjuration magic. A vampire who knows magic. That'll be the day. That's what you need. That's the best combination there is. Oh, he's coming awful close. Lucius returns as I muse over the idea. Presenting me with my promised glass, deep red wine sloshes gently within, glistening like black opal in the room's low light. I would have brought you an entire barrel, but wine is hard to come by around these parts. Better to be frugal with it. You can carry an entire barrel? I told you, I have a strong arm. When I first arrived, I even hauled my coffin up all those flights of stairs. Admittedly, it was exhausting. I was strong enough to do it, but I don't have unlimited stamina. And why were you hauling your coffin upstairs? You wanted to be closer to the sky? You know me so well already. Okay. Lucius returns to his seat and crosses his legs, sipping his wine and peering at me over the rim. He looks very at ease indeed. At ease and powerful. Is tonight the night? Maybe? I take a slow gulp of my own wine. It's sweeter than I expected, with an undertone of currants and plums. Well, hang on, if you're so strong, how was I able to escape you? I yanked myself free when I first arrived. That's when I said he did that on purpose. That sounds dangerously close to a complaint, Charlie. I'm just curious. I don't begrudge you for it, but surely you've realized by now that I am very disciplined and have incredible self-control. I released you because I had no desire to restrain you. You were acting like a street cat who didn't want to be held. I did not wish to be scratched. Gee, thanks. Disciplined, incredible self-control. You're full of praise of yourself tonight, Lucius. I'm serious. These attributes of my character ensure that I would never bring harm to you. Not unless you asked it of me. I cough into my wine. What is that supposed to mean? Do you need water? No, I'm fine. Yes, I know, right? Wow. Can he hear how fast my heart is beating? I pluck absent-mindedly at my lute strings. Still uncertain if I'm ready to reveal the parts of myself I'd rather forget. But he has been vulnerable with me. It's only fair that I be vulnerable with him. In turn, there's no time like the present. I should start with some context. I told you before that I grew up here in Illuvia. I neglected to mention that it was in an orphanage. Oh, I guessed it right. Nightingale Gardens Home for Girls. His lips just barely twitches, as if he recognizes the name. I wouldn't be surprised if so. It's a very old, long-established institution. One of his previous guests might have mentioned it, or grew up there like me. Everyone told me it was an enviable place to be, especially the matrons who were always so proud to work there. They told me girls would go as far as to murder their own parents in hopes of being sent to Nightingale Gardens. Why would you murder your parents to grow up in an orphanage? I've never heard of it actually happening, but that was the prevailing attitude. Because the girls of this orphanage were guaranteed to have a place in high society, we were educated vigorously in matters of court, history, handwriting, sewing, and entertainment. Once every several dozen years, the best and brightest girls was even chosen to become Illuvia's next queen. What? Orphan queen? Queen of the orphans! Did they have that tradition when you were human, Lucius? Yes, I believe I heard something about it passing, but it was so long ago. Well, the tradition was in full swing when I was young. The last queen was growing old and infirm. Am I gonna be the queen? Am I gonna be the queen? And I did not want to be the queen, and that's why I'm sent here? And there were talks that a new queen would be chosen soon. How fortunate for you, yes, you could have been chosen. No, I hated it there. Yes, queen! It was stuffy and full of pompous snobs. The matrons had our entire lives planned out for us, without once stopping to ask what we wanted to do. And they had the nerve to act like I should keep my mouth shut and be grateful. The other girls seemed content with their lot, which meant they didn't understand how I felt. They kept me at arm's length. I hated the pressure to succeed, and I got into a lot of trouble, even back then. I never would have been in line for the throne. The closest person I had to a friend was an older girl named Ophelia. Oh, that's the one who gave her the book because it said keep safe O over Ophelia. Has to be her. She was in line for the throne. We all know her best friend got the throne and then they weren't friends anymore. Maybe it's that. We all knew she would be chosen too because she was perfect. She was beautiful, graceful, and always seemed to say the right thing. Always. She was always talking about the changes she'd like to make, the way she'd like to improve our kingdom. She does sound lovely, but Charlie, forgive me for saying this, no one is perfect. Surely your Ophelia is not exempt. He looks a little surprised when I start laughing. You're right. You're absolutely right. Ophelia was a godforsaken rascal. She'd lie through her teeth with a smile, and no one was any the wiser. That she let me see her naughty, convincing side, I felt special, you know. And she truly did want to make things better. She was clever and sharp as a knife. But she did care about the people around her. At least, that's what I believed. More wine? Don't mind if I do. Why is he coming so awful close to me? I drank deeply from my refilled glass before continuing. So when Ophelia was chosen and packed her bag, she promised me up and down that she would write every day, every single day. So she was chosen and she sent you here. But why? I knew that it was forbidden for Illuvian's crown to contact the world outside. We both knew that. Every queen was meant to cut all ties with everyone she ever knew before she was chosen. That was the rule. But I believed her, you know. She was so much smarter than me and so crafty. I really thought she'd find a way. I pat the cover of my songwriting journal, which I had placed at my side. I always try to keep it near, even when it pains me. But all she ever sent me was this book, with its empty pages, and a hurried little note on the inside cover. I thought she was encouraging me to write songs in it, and it made me happy for a time. But I never heard from her again. Lucius is watching me with his full attention. I can't stop now. So what else could I do? I begged the matrons to grant me a position in the castle. I begged them day and night. All I wanted was to see Ophelia again. Until finally they snapped at me and told me to stop asking. They told me they barely managed to secure a position for me as a court entertainer in a faraway land, and that I needed to be grateful. But I wasn't grateful. I argued with them until they took me by the ear and showed me what for. I've never forget it, how they told me to grow up and stop being childish, while they ranked me across the back. Apparently, my destination had no complaints about women with whipping scars. Jesus Christ! Why is this so sad? Why are we so sad? All this sadness. I ran away soon after that, with just clothes I wore and honestly the very things I have with me now. The loot they gave me, the songwriting journal from Ophelia, and a handful of coins. Lucius spoke slowly, reluctant to interject but unable to contain his curiosity. Your crime was running away from this wretched orphanage? No, not at all. I gave them the slip. His shoulders sagged with relief. I wager he feels some kinship with the little girl I once was. I went on to become a traveling vagabond. For many years, I performed everywhere I could and saw the world. It was difficult in its own way. People distrusted a new face, and meaningful connections were hard to come by. I was even accused of witchcraft sometimes for some reason. Something about corrupting their women and stealing their men with siren songs. Sea shanties now, huh? Some days were freeing and exciting back then, while the other days made me feel like a ghost in a search of a final resting place. But no matter what I did or where I went, I just couldn't stop thinking about Ophelia. Did you have feelings for this Ophelia of yours? Gods, Lucius, she was practically an adult and I was 6. Which means yes, I was absolutely obsessed with her. Not that she ever seemed to fancy anyone. I'd ask her, as she found some boy or girl attractive. She had this way of wrinkling her nose as she turned down every single one. Like you. Like I gawk at him. I notice you wrinkle your nose sometimes when you find something disagreeable. Were you not aware? My face suddenly feels rather hot. Anyway, well, you know how young girls idolize older women? I do. Yeah, wait, you do? Yes. I had a younger sister once. We never had the chance to grow up close, but I knew they were eager to idolize. That's news to me. I started to ask him about it, but he holds up a hand to stop me. Please continue with your tale. I apologize for the interrupt. He grimaces suddenly, and my brows knit with concern. It's not the first time I've seen that expression.
Lucius, are you okay?
They're talking again! Daddy Dave voice!
I'm fine. The coffin.
No, yeah, he has to go to his coffin. Please don't tell me that was the only line he was gonna say.
I'll be fine for a while longer. It just calls to me sometimes.
I wonder where they find these voice actors. I really do.
If you need to go back early...
Lucius slams his fist on the arm of his seat. His wine jottles slightly in his other hand.
No, I'll not let it squander what little time I have away from it.
He angry.
Forgive me, please. Continue.
He's so polite now! I tap my fingers against the cover of my journal, feeling a little agitated but wanting to gratify his wishes. How cute is that though? He wants to be in pain so he can stay here and listen to my sad sob story. Daddy. He'll get upset if I speed through the story, but I can try to shorten it for him.
Even from distant kingdoms, I would hear terrible gossip about Illuvia's young queen. Apparently, she did nothing to better anyone's life but her own. She kept our cruelest traditions intact, torturing and slaughtering people in droves. Most notably, she kept the tradition of sacrificing people to the crown's pet vampire.
It's her friend sending all those people to Lucius.
No offense.
None taken. Inspiring such unease in its people helps the monarchy stay in power. Fear of punishment, I always heard, is a better motivator than acts of love.
This man's voice, I swear.
But Ophelia was supposed to be different, and the people were unhappy. There were talks of a revolt. Although I wasn't the most talented bard in the lands, I was starting to get some renown and make strong connections. I can still scarcely believe it, but I managed to get an audience with Queen Ophelia. I was meant to perform for her.
Lucius's eyes slowly went wide with realization.
You did it.
Did she kill the queen? Did I kill the queen?
I
Oh, she just spoke her mind.
Definitely spoke my mind in front of the queen and her entire court. But I did it through song.
She did exactly what I
Predicted she would have done.
You didn't.
Look at the smirk. Lucius is torn perfectly between horrified and scandalously amused, clasping his hands over his jaw with disbelief. Yeah, Bart's being Bart, absolutely.
I did.
Absolutely, that's such a Bart thing to do. I swear.
Do you want to hear the song?
I want to hear the song. His gestures were enthusiastically erratic now. He waits for me to go on and can hardly sit still as he pours himself some more wine. As for me, I set my glass down and clear my throat. Are we getting an actual song?
Queens, queens, they rule in the light, remembering tales of their kingdoms. Those lands may now be out of sight, but you can still remember your stratagem. Be vain, be cruel.
That's a little bit out of tune, though.
Right, proud until unproven. Show your cruel self till the end.
Oh, that's very out of tune.
You'll be slain at day's conclusion.
She's not a very good bard, but okay.
When Lucius applauds me, it's as gradual as it is resonant. Natural one on performance, this one. Absolutely. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a singer myself. It was out of tune. It was a natural one. Okay, let's move on. When Lucius applauds me, it's as gradual as it is resonant. The very furniture around us seems to shudder in response.
Gods.
God damn it, his voice. He rolls a natural 20 on everything, this man.
That was a more subdued version. Back in court, I was screaming the lyrics at the top of my lungs.
I only wish I could have seen it for myself. You must have been radiant.
Lucius looks at me with plain, unmistakable admiration. I feel my cheeks growing warm again, but I tell myself it's just the wine.
I always knew Illuvia was full of busybody moralists. To think they'd punish you so gravely for such a thing. Simply ungrateful.
Oh, I don't know about gravely. I think I like it here.
It's happening.
And I like having you here.
I like having you here. Thank you. Our eyes meet with a slow yet abrupt understanding of each other. We're so alike in so many ways I can hardly believe it. The storm had stopped at some point. It's quite enough that I can hear his breath. Does he breathe? I don't think vampires breathe. Steady and strong, even from this distance. Well, at least in Vampire the Masquerade they don't breathe. And then he grimaces again. She's making the move! I pivot in time to see the sky now clear of black clouds, shifting into the first dusk hints of daybreak. Oh, she's moving in front of him because it's daylight. Lucius! Yes, I'm going. No need to rush me. You may have the rest of this wine, if it pleases you. He smiles at me one last time, strained by the fleeting, before he turns into mist and disappears into the shadows. Cock-blocked by the sun! Poor man, poor woman. Tragedy. Tragedy. I'll see you tomorrow night, Lucius. I know I'm speaking into an empty room. I know it all too well, but I already miss him. Yes, very unlucky. Saren would never, absolutely not, he would never. But because of the parasite, like, he can actually walk in the sunlight, so maybe Lullabies of the Lost. Maybe they need to get some of that stuff. Alright, I am out of drink again. I'm gonna go get another drink. And then we're gonna do the final chapter. The final chapter. I will be back in 5 minutes. Alright. Well, we are back. Let's continue. Okay, the final chapter. Right. Are we gonna be turned into a vampire or not? I hope so. Is something bad gonna happen? Am I gonna fuck it up? Is he gonna fuck it up? I don't know. Let's find out. After staying up all night, exchanging bittersweet memories with a vampire, I should have been more than ready to fall into 100-year slumber. Yet I toss and turn for hours. My mind is once again filled with locusts, but instead of wheedling questions, this time they whisper ideas. I stride out of my chambers with a groan, raking my hands through my haphazard bedhead. I sit harder than I intended to at the blasted writing desk, and I steadily begin to write. I would write the truth, just as I did when I sang before the Queen and her court. I would write the truth about this vampire who's been banished to be abandoned to an abandoned estate. People need to know that his humanity is not as lost as they say. When I get out of here, people will know. My quill scrawls to a stop, because you don't want to get out of there. When I get out of here, how many songs have I played for him now? On the lunar eclipse, I played my 10th song. Earlier tonight must have been my 13th. I still have a way to go before I'm free, but I've made significant headway on my debt to him. Her 13th, she's only been there for 2 weeks. They're making it seem like she was ever way longer. My god. Significant headway? No, you had to play 100. This is only number 13. No use thinking about it now. I still have time to decide what I want to do. I nod to myself and bow my head as I continue writing. I wake slowly to a light pattering of rain outside, with my cheek pressed against the desk and drool seeping from the side of my lips. Very, very charming. Yes. Blarily, I wipe my mouth and squint at the loose leaf paper in front of me. I had written only 2 legible verses before I was overtaken by exhaustion. The rest were either bitterly scratched out or scarcely decipherable. I sigh, reaching up to my head and promptly knock over the inkwell. Shit! I hiss out another string of curses as the ink spreads around the desk and drips off the side. Instinctively, I save the journal and end up sacrificing my meager verse to the fast-spreading black pond. Ah, damn it, what a waste! What's wrong with me lately? You're in love. That's what's wrong with you. Lucius is gonna be so angry with me. Where's the damn cleaning cloth he always uses? I turn to and fro and realize with growing dismay that he always seems to have it on hand. He must keep it on his person. But maybe he has a spare up in the rafters. Maybe he keeps multiple rags near his person. To be safe, I search through all the cabinets downstairs like a pillaging raccoon. Not a single rag turns up. Knowing that Lucius will be even angrier if I use a blanket or, God forbid, a curtain to clean up the mess. It seems I have no choice but to venture upstairs. My hand traces the familiar cracks and bumps of the cobblestone walls. A tactile map I've learned to use due to the abysmal lighting of the stairwell. There are no windows to light my path, and the torches must have burned themselves down to smoldering husks an eternity ago. As I climb, I try to plant my feet toward the edge of each step, not only to keep my balance, but to reduce the chance of stepping on a groaning center plank. As a general policy, I found it's best to avoid making undue noise. I'm winded by the time I reach the highest point in the estate, and I brace myself by resting my palms on my knees. Why would you go into his chamber when he's sleeping? Who in heaven decided it was a good idea to build something with so many stairs? I want to give them a piece of my mind. I spent the next half hour carefully rifling through the attic. There's an annoying number of decorative boxes and trinkets up here, and not nearly enough cleaning rags. I jerk to a stop as I wrench open a jewelry box and see the contents within, realizing with abrupt horror how my actions mirror to the person who killed Lucius's artist, rifling through his things. I don't intend to steal anything. Lucius won't see me. I should still have another hour or two before he wakes up. But take a slow breath, willing myself to calm down. Even if Lucius acts irritable sometimes, he never hesitates to forgive me, in the same way I've never hesitated to forgive him. I find myself fixating on a particular point with the open jewelry box. There's an oddly familiar sight there, a hint of a small engraved shape that tugs at my memory. I didn't notice it immediately because it's partially buried beneath strings of pearls and gemstones. I gently shift the valuables aside, allowing the subject of my focus to be laid bare. A signet ring. It's a chunky ornate ring, quite godly really, and not something I'd ever be seen wearing. I pluck the item out of the box, peering at it in the dim darkness. There's no way. At the ring's center is an enormous opal stone which glitters like a rainbow of fire. Carved directly into the stone is a crest I recognize from the guardsmen's shields and from the banners adorning the Queen's courtroom. Without thinking, I put the ring in my mouth and bite down on the shank. Why would you do that? Yeah. You don't say. It's dusty, yuck. But I can feel the marks from my teeth imprinted in the metal. The body of the ring is made of pure gold. An actual, genuine, royal signet ring. Did a member of the crown barter for their freedom with this? Yeah, intrusive thoughts taking over, absolutely. It's a bar thing. Or maybe it was stolen and then traded here by a thief. Because it can't be that. He's gonna be royal himself, right? Maybe that other queen was his mother or something. A scream cuts through the attic, threatens to burst my eardrums. I fumble and nearly drop the ring. I cram the ring back into the jewelry box, slamming it shut before whirling around. The noise definitely came from the coffin. Lucius? As I call out, I met with another scream, even more frantic and agonizing than the first. The wooden box is tremoring hard enough that I worry it may topple over. I approach the noise. Every bone in my body shrieks for me to stay away, but my tremendous concern for him overwhelms every ounce of fear I have. The coffin is carved from blackthorn wood, with small divot imperfections chipped off the edges. It's definitely fallen over before. I rub my knuckles gently against the wood, no differently than I'd knock on a bedroom door. Lucius? Can you hear me? The coffin lid thuds as if in response. It continues to thud over and over as Lucius pounds his fist against the inside surface. Let me out! His roar is followed by the terrible, desperate noise of nails clawing against the wood. He's gonna be transformed into something inside of that coffin, right? And that's probably gonna be the actual reason that it needs to be in there. Lucius, it's me, it's Charlie. Are you hurt? Stop this at once. I beg you, release me. I command you to release me this instant. Okay, let's let you out. The fact that it's not yet sundown makes me uneasy, but Lucius is clearly in distress. Even if he comes out early, he can stay in the shade. I hastily run my hands along the side of the coffin lid and pull. It doesn't budge, as if it'd been nailed shut. I try to wrench it open from the opposite side. The coffin continues to hold fast as Lucius screams and trashes in its confines. The coffin rocks in place, Its corners strike my torso as I maneuver around it, knocking the air from my lungs. Lucius, stop struggling! Please, why are you doing this to me? What have I done wrong? I'm trying to get out. Trying to get you out. There's something wrong with this thing. Is it jammed? I have done everything you asked. Everything? He's not talking to me. He's dreaming, I think. I withdraw my hands with sharp recognition of his plight. Lucius isn't talking to me, even if his scream sounds halfway coherent. Lucius, are you awake? He responds only with ragged sobbing and final weak thud. The source of the noise will not hurt you. He was so certain, so quick to assure me of my safety. I sighed through my nostrils, pressing my forehead against the lid. That's so cute! I'm here for you, all right? Even if you can't hear me. That is so cute. How cute is that? I slump fully against the coffin, sliding against it as my hands curl into fists. I'll be here for as long as you need me. I'm here. Hours pass. I continue speaking to him softly, even when he seems to be addressing someone else. I hold the coffin steady, straining my arms when it threatens to tumble onto its side. Sweat drips down my brow to my cheek, both from physical exhaustion and the emotional toil. But I don't want to abandon him. He doesn't have anybody else. That's really cute, though. After an excruciating amount of time, he answers me with more noticeable coherence. His voice is gravely and hoarse, and discernibly calmer compared to the earlier bellowing screams. Charlie? Are you still there? Yes. The sun has gone down, hasn't it? Yes, at last. Lucius makes a small, curt noise of acknowledgement before he clears his throat. With a hollow wooden groan, the lid of the coffin begins to give away. Through the silver of an opening, I catch a glimpse of a torn, velvet bedding and deep gouges in the wood. The lid hangs aloft, barely ajar until Lucius's long fingers curl around the frame. He pushes it with visible effort, getting it just open enough to squeeze himself through. I scurry backwards to make room as Lucius staggers out, shoulders slumped and steps uneven. The coffin slams shut behind him, a ghastly sight that reminds me too much of a closing mouth. Lucius raises his chin briefly, staring down at me with darting, disbelieving eyes before he sags to the ground. Oh! I rush to his side, propping his back against the coffin. I'm sure it's the last thing he wants to touch, but it's the nearest solid surface. Lucius heaves a great, dejected sigh as head lolls back against the lid. It can't be opened until the sun is gone. Curses are obnoxiously specific, airtight, much like the coffin itself. Though there are times I've woken up, spilled out of the damn thing because it rolled onto its side. Although he's panting and barely catching his breath, he can't quite keep his absurd commentary to himself. I should thank you for keeping it steady tonight, I presume. You're ridiculous. You go to this every single night? Are you hurt? It feels just like yesterday when you were suggesting I'd been amputated at the elbow and then miraculously healed from it with my mighty vampire powers. He chuckles to himself as if recalling a fond memory, and then he hangs his head between his knees. Without thinking twice, I reach out. Oh, hello, voice. I reach out to rub wide, slow circles on his back. An intrusive fraction of my mind notices his body is warmer than I expected. Take your time. It bothers me that you're deflecting with humor, but we're a pair of pots and kettles, I suppose. Ah, but the pot could have capitalized on the opportunity to stab the kettle through the coffin. No. My hand slows, resting on his shoulder blade. Is that a request? No, don't answer that. I was going to. It didn't even occur to me, Lucius. If I wanted to stab you, I would have done it weeks ago. How many times have you been stabbed? You don't just ask a man how many times he has been stabbed. The nerve! Before he can answer me, I turn to look at the coffin with new eyes. An innumerable amount of thin, discolored lines streak across its surface, particularly around the head and the middle of the box. I thought they were wood veins at first, but as I lean closer, I realized they're incisions. Slits that have since been filled and stained. Some of them have the approximate width of a longsword. Oh, they've tried to kill him many, many, many times. Lucius, this is absurdly horrific. This is no way for anyone to live. You don't deserve this. You're too kind, Charlie. A beat passes as he continues to breathe haggardly, still getting his bearings. Have you gotten any rest? He doesn't look up at me. He might not have the strength to do so. Have you? Touché, but I was technically asleep. Perhaps half asleep for some of it, but by and large I was unconscious. I know. Gradually, his eyes rise to meet mine. How would you know such a thing? My breath catches. When faced with our sudden proximity, I retract my arm from his back, though I will myself to stay by his side. It's just we normally keep such a civil distance from each other, and I've never even sat next to him until tonight. When I perform my songs for him, I'm the act and he's my audience. There's an invisible wall that separates us based on our differing status, the entertainer and the entertained. That's sad! Here and now, I feel as though the wall has begun to crumble. You must think me a terrible housemaid for screaming all day. No, not at all. Sorry, I'm tired. I bump my shoulder against his. My fingers fidget and lace together in my lap. An absent-minded little distraction that provides me a small measure of comfort. I remember what it was like. I used to get night terrors when I was a girl. Did you know? At the orphanage, Nightingale Gardens. Yes, it was the worst place to get night terrors. Half the matrons thought I was possessed, the other half thought I was being intentionally, meticulously disobedient. I can imagine. It was usually some recurring nightmares about rats too, which was the worst. I still get them sometimes. If you don't mind me asking, what do you dream about? Do you remember? I bet he remembers. I don't know that I'd call it a dream. It's more akin to reliving a memory. The memory of when I was first exiled here. He taps the surface of his coffin with the back of his knuckles. My surroundings in there look roughly the same, no matter the time period. I'm sure it contributes to my confusion. I become convinced that this... Lucius looks at me, his eyes full of meaning that I can't quite decipher. This is a dream, and the inside of the coffin is my reality. Gee, that is so sad. Why do I have to make it so sad? Is there anything I can do? Can I get you something? Where do you keep your wine? I shift to stand, but Lucius catches my hand before I'm fully upright. Stay. Yes, Daddy Dave, I'll stay. He blinks rapidly and then drops his gaze to the floor, as if he's uncertain and surprised at himself. But he does not let go. His hand around mine is gentle and apprehensive. Please, stay seated. Stay with me a while longer. Acquiescing Without difficulty, I lower myself onto my knees. He seems to breathe more easily when I am by his side. We stare out at the expensive glass window for a time, content to be quiet together. Of course, Lucius doesn't like to remain quiet for long. You know, I may feel better if you regale me with more miserable tales from your childhood. I feel like something very, very sad is going to happen for some reason. Yeah, me too! I don't know what. Like, is either one of them gonna die, or... I mean, I don't know. It's so sad. It's just suddenly so sad. I wrinkle my nose at him and whack his shoulder with the back of my hand. He flinches, but I can feel his body quaking with quiet laughter. I'm serious. You mentioned something about rats. Why would they plague your dreams so? I'm afraid of them. They seem to have taken it upon themselves to haunt me. Although this estate has been marvelously rat-free. Yes, they have to try quite hard to cross the moat. Is there a story behind this fear of yours? Did you lose your parents to a drove of rats? You know, there is this game, A Plague Tale, and yeah, if those rats get you, it's just like, and they're there and you're dead. I don't remember enough of my infancy to say either way. My earliest memories were in Nightingale Gardens. Although there was this one time I cut myself off with a snicker, which made Lucius tilt his head at me with a wry, curious smile. A wordless request for me to finish my thought. Forgive me, it's just the stupidest thing. There was a time when food was going missing from the kitchens, and the matrons gathered us up and announced that we had a rat infestation. I was upset by this news, to say the least. I nearly stopped eating, worried I'd find a hair or a whisker in my meal, or worse. I shudder for commercial effect. When Lucius pats my hand encouragingly, I shoot him a small, grateful smile. I was just so frightened whenever I saw those beady little eyes or that flick of a tail into a crevice. It's haunted me every moment of my little life, day and night. I'm fairly sure that's when the nightmares began. I'd wake up, the whole orphanage just shrieking, and apparently I'd even lashed out at matrons with swinging fists. But I wasn't awake, not really. I'd remember some of my outbursts, but I couldn't tell what was real. They talked about getting rid of me then. It was even more terrifying and confusing than a night terror's. They discussed my fate right in front of me like I wasn't even there. Lucius doesn't say anything, but he watches me with furrowed brows. Are you sure my miserable childhood tales are making you feel better, Lucius? No. But tell me anyway. What made your night terrors go away? That's so sweet of him to keep asking even though it's not making him feel any better. Ah, that's the stupid part of the story. I didn't know Ophelia very well back then. I knew she was a picture-perfect angel of Nightingale Gardens, and I knew she was beautiful, but I was much too shy to speak to her until one day she yanked me by the arm and pulled me aside, dragged me all the way into the cellar where we couldn't be seen, couldn't be overheard. Of course, this was very upsetting for me as well. Cellars are notoriously full of rats. She shushed me fiercely, eyes ablaze, and shook me so hard I was nearly dizzy. "Stop screaming every night," she said. "There are no rats in the kitchen." I just sobbed and wailed in her arms. I didn't believe her, and I didn't like getting yelled at. I mean, how could she try to lie to me like that, right? I wasn't unreasonable for me to be afraid. I was just a little girl. God, she was so frustrated with me. She groaned through gritted teeth and insisted there were absolutely no rats. And that's when she told me she made it all up. The rats? The entire infestation, she made it up. She was lying to the entire orphanage about it. Yes, that's means for great queen. Why in heaven would she do such a thing? To see if she could get away with it. Isn't that awful? She was stealing extra helpings of food for herself and then planting false evidence, rat droppings and fur, to ensure her lie held water. Each day she'd tell the matrons that she was going to go into town to find a cat, so the cat could eat the rats, but never actually look for one. She just went out and had her fun in town, then came home with one of those apologetic doe eyes that made everyone melt for her. Anyway, Ophelia showed me where she kept her spoils, and she said she would share with me as long as I kept my mouth shut. I had to not only stop screaming, but I also had to keep her grubby little secret. Her reputation was spotless after all. Revealing her mischief would damage her chances of becoming queen. I was offended at first. I suffered so many nightmares because of her. But then I was intrigued, and I promised I would keep quiet. But from that moment on, I saw her in a new light and watched her like a hawk and followed her like a shadow, curious what other lies she'd been spreading. And yes, a great queen. The makings of a great, great queen. But the night terrors didn't stop. Not right away. I guess Ophelia became fond of me at some point, because she'd sneak into my room to sing softly to me every night. Every single night, even when my nightmares were gone for good. I don't think I can ever forget that lullaby. May I hear it? That knot at the pit of my stomach returns, twisting and aching. No, I can't. From the corner of my eye, I noticed a blotch of ink on my lap. I rub at it absent-mindedly, smudging it with my thumb. I'm sorry, it's just no need to explain. I understand. No, you don't understand. When I confronted her in the throne room, gods, I wasn't planning to be treasonous, I spent months writing a beautiful song for her, but when I saw her, I knew it was forbidden for the crown to see anyone from a previous life. I knew that, so I hid who I was, and I used a false name and pretended it was my first time setting foot on Illuvian soil. All I wanted was to see her again, and I would have been satisfied if I could see her one last time. If I could see that all those terrible rumors were all wrong. My eyes sting. I wipe at them with my wrist. But whoever was sitting on that throne, it was not my Ophelia. It couldn't have been her. Whoever it was, so it wasn't her. She had her face, but it was her. But she didn't have her eyes. Not the eyes I knew. The eyes were hungry, yet full of disdain, watching me like I was some sort of worm under her heel. Yeah, okay, so she changed. She got power hungry. That happens. And she had this ridiculous harem that was dancing around, and every so often she'd call one of them to come sit in her lap and kiss her in front of everyone. Well, talk about a harlot. It didn't make sense. Ophelia didn't like anybody. Just to make sure, I started making small talk. Something to introduce the song. I asked if there were any rats in the royal kitchen, and she just scoffed at me and told me it was a repulsive thing to suggest. She told me to be silent, that she didn't want to hear another word unless I was going to play my song. My lip quivers and my voice begins to break. So I changed the song. I had to convey how I truly felt. Lucius throws his arms around me, then holding me tight, I bawl against his chest, losing every last ounce of my composure. Yes, what a queen. Queen for the ages. Okay, now it is hugging me now. Forgive me, Charlie. I shouldn't have asked you about this. I feels guilty for making me sad. Well, for making me remember things that make me sad. He did. He made the move. He did. She told me she wanted to make things better for everyone. She told me she'd write. She didn't. Why didn't she ever write? Forgive me. Chapter 7? I thought there was only chapter 6. Okay, I guess we're getting a chapter 7. Okay, chapter 7. I cried myself into a stupor. The next thing I knew, I was sitting in my bed with red swollen eyelids and a throbbing headache. I have vague memories of Lucius carrying me to my room, grunting unhappily when he had to wedge his way in. I really need to stop pushing my bed against the door. Yeah, I think you can stop doing that now. And then as he drew the covers up to my neck, he told me. What did he tell me? I tap my temples in a steady rhythm, chasing down the memory before it eludes me for good. He wanted me to meet him in the courtyard. He said he would wait for me there until I felt well enough to see him. I think he said he had something to tell me. I press my palms into my eyes, hoping to reduce the swelling. Even my throat is raw from shedding years of pent-up grief. In grief's place, a new flip-flop of emotions swirl in my chest, and my heart is pounding in an erratic staccato beat. I think I'm going to be sick. I can't believe I told him everything. I even cried in front of him, slobbered all over his clothes. Gods, it was mortifying. I never cry in front of people, let alone on them. And I was so distracted by my own melodrama that I completely forgot to ask King about that ring. But does it matter? I don't really care about the ring, to be honest. I shake my head, telling myself that it's fine. I'll have plenty of time to ask him later. Lucius stands like a pillar under the moonlight. His hands are linked behind his back as he observes the heavens. A man of power stares at the moon. For the first time in a long while, the sky is clear. A yellow crescent moon hangs high among the stars like a lopsided smile. I wince at the soggy squelch of mud with every step I take, but since he was the one who asked to meet out here, I don't think he'll begrudge me for any muddy footprints. Hey, did I keep you waiting long? Lucius doesn't turn. I have something to show you. Ah, it was show, not tell. Is it another astrological phenomenon? No. His hands tighten imperceptibly behind his back. Lucius turns just enough to glance at me, and I shoot him a sheepishly puzzled grin in response. Something about seeing me renews his resolve. Follow me. What is he gonna show me? What are these secrets? Show me all your secrets. Lucius leads me through a side entrance of the estate. Throughout empty stables and servant quarters, there was little of note when I ambled through here before. As we cut through a terrace, he stops to grab and light a lantern. He's gonna show me the way out so I can leave. He holds it out in front of us, though our path is far from dark. I continue to trail after him down several winding halls until finally we reach a dead end. Is this what you wanted to show me, Lucius? I've already seen every inch of the estate. What? Lucius pushes his palm against the farthest wall, revealing a door-shaped indent. He leans his weight into it until it gives way, unveiling a dark passageway and a small staircase leading down. Lucius extends a hand to me with a sideways smile. Coming? Yes, I am coming. I take his hand with a touch of hesitation. His skin is cool from the night air. I don't want to climb any more stairs after this. Lucius laughed and pulls me a step close. You won't have to. I can promise you that. He's gonna release me into the wild. An ambitious promise. This is the moment where you're luring me to my doom at last, yes? You're finally going to drink my blood and reduce me into a withered corpse. Yes, I've prepared a wonderful marinade of citrus, olive oil, and green pepper to bathe you in downstairs. Really? No. He leads me down an old, cavernous path that expands in size the deeper we go in. The lantern sways from Lucius's grasp with each step, casting a pallid glow on our surroundings. I see now why he grabbed it. It soon becomes our only source of illumination. I squint when the light catches against an irregular surface. The sides of this path have been piled with broken and non-essential objects, table legs, ripped cushions, and even some weapons. That's the cabinet I broke the first night here, isn't it? I was wondering where it went. And are those wine barrels? Yes and yes. I use the underground as a storage room. So this is where you've been hiding all your ladders and buckets and wine. Hiding? Not at all. I just like to keep things tidy. He's really gonna get to let me go. I don't know. I thought he was gonna let me go, but now it's a storage room. So I don't know. Although his hand tightens around mine. I do try to withhold the ladder from my guests at the beginning of their stay. The number of people who have tried to brave the moat and drowned in the attempt, I didn't want the same thing to happen to you. Because you would have missed my music. I would have missed you. I wouldn't have been able to help you. His voice is stern, with a harder edge than I expected. If something happened to you in the moat, if you were to... Yes, indeed, sheesh. He cannot miss me. I have to stay here. Unable to breathe the water as I am, I would only have been able to watch. I do not want to see you suffer. The sheer weight behind his words make me hold my tongue, despite the temptation to make a flippant comment about my inability to swim. The grounds begin to shift from solid rock to loosely packed dirt that turns and scuffs underfoot. Soon the path slopes. Oh, they were still walking. I thought I was just standing in this room. Soon the path slopes and the air becomes heavy and damp. I find myself taking deeper breaths, which only magnifies my growing apprehension. Lucius lets go of my hand as we reach a steep precipice. My fingers curl inward, already aching from the absence of his touch. Oh, cute. Lucius, where have you taken me? What is this place? Nailed into the precipice, with wooden stakes, a long rope ladder extends further into the dark abyss. Even lower underground? What is this? As above, so below? The opening becomes narrower below, but the structure of the passage seems secure and dry. Not a sign of water droplets leaking through from the moat. I catch Lucius trying to hide a grimace when he kneels to inspect the strength of the rope. Deep beneath the earth, as we are, we must be standing in the lowest part of the estate. Being this far from the coffin must be straining for him. When Queen Hildegard banished me, when she sealed me in that blasted coffin, she ordered her soldiers to put me somewhere around here. Originally, this was an enclosed wine cellar attached to the estate, where my exile began and where I first awoke. They put him all the way down there and he dragged up his coffin all the way up there. We removed the wine, of course, before we began the excavation. Excavation? I told you before that I had motley crew working on a way out. There were 5 of them, including Gillian. They dug for months under my supervision. You can see why I had to relocate to sleep upstairs, I'm sure. Where are you going with this? Is it not obvious? I am setting you free, Charlie. This tunnel will lead you safely under the moat and out the other side. No! No! Yeah, it's an awesome movie. I saw it in cinemas and then I've seen it like 50 times after. It's great. I should watch it again. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. But no! I am not leaving. I am staying here. I must have misheard him. I'm sure of it. That's the only reasonable explanation. He must have said something like, go fetch me some tunnel fish, or I'm trapping you down here forever. You can never cry on me again, you disgusting creature. You look as though you wish to argue with me. I understand verbal sparring is one of our favorite pastimes, but please, listen to me this once. Every day you spend here is a lost opportunity. This is time you will never get back. Why should you endure such a fate when you did nothing wrong? You do not deserve to be punished just for speaking your mind. All this over a mere song. You understand, don't you? Your freedom should never have been up for bargain. Your freedom, yours, is priceless. Lucius, wait, this is so sudden. I can wait no longer, knowing the injustice you've suffered. There was no injustice. I want to be here, okay? Please, Charlie, live your life and be free. You're not an immortal like me, but I want to be. I want to be. I'm here. Just make me one. I'm right here. Here is neck. Neck is right here. You should spend what little time you have in happiness. But haven't you also suffered injustice, Lucius? Don't you always deserve freedom and happiness? Yeah, keep me.
Please keep me, please eat me.
I cast my eyes down the dark passageway, searching. If this leads under the moat, you should be able to travel beneath it, right? He no longer tries to hide that flinching grimace that cold reminder of his reality, the coffin, the secondary measure that guarantees he can never leave. Can't you bring the coffin with you? As long as it's nearby, can't you go anywhere you want? And what, carry it all the way through miles of tunnels and woods, stopping each day to clamber in and howl through my night terrace, terrifying the local wildlife? And then eventually we do reach civilization. You'll gain a name as the woman who travels with a possessed coffin. We'll both be social pariahs then, won't we? No, thank you. Besides, I believe I told you how deeply I dislike tight spaces. The tunnels beyond this point disagree with me. I'm better off in here and my own private estate. How can you believe this is better? It's the only choice I have, Charlie. It's the only life I am allowed to lead. You'd best worry about your own choices, especially now that your debt is cleared. I'll provide you with a week's worth of rations, along with enough coin from my personal coffers to compensate for your performances. Now, are you ready to go?
No, I'm not ready to go. I don't want to leave.
Ridiculously, my eyes are swimming with tears again, despite my best attempts to blink them back and wipe them away. What will I choose?
You know what I will choose. I'm gonna stay with him.
I don't even have to think about it. I won't leave you. You can't make me go, Lucius. I refuse to abandon you. Charlie, please, you must see reason. I have explained why I cannot go with you. Then I'm staying here. I don't intend to leave your side, Lucius. Not now. Not ever. Lucius recoils from me as though he'd suffered a physical blow. How could you say such a thing? You have no future here. Yes, I do have a future. It's not as if I'm going to drop dead on the spot after deciding to stay, see? I still draw breath. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Fastest decision in the West, yeah. Yes, absolutely. I was waiting for this decision for the past... how many hours have you been here? 4? Something like that? That's not what I meant, and you know it. You know as well as I do that there's little to do and the food is lacking. On top of that, every 2 years, I risk dying at the hands of a hypothetical brigand. Lucius, it's no different from the world outside. The roads were dangerous even when I traveled with an entire caravan. I've also been forced to take lives in order to defend myself, by the way, so don't you even try the bellyache about being too monstrous to associate with me. I wasn't going to. Let me finish. I hold up my chin and meet his... It's happening, I think. Meet his glaze dead on, much like when I performed in front of the Queen's court. You told me before that you would respect my right to choose. I dearly hope that has not changed. I hope that our arrangement began from a place of punishment and death, but as I spent time here and I got to know you, I've begun to feel different about my situation. You're right that my time is precious, and I intend to spend it in a place that has brought me the most joy I've ever felt. I don't care about food or amenities, Lucius. I'll eat your disgusting fish every single day if that's what it takes to be with you. To be with me? Look how confused he is. He's so cute, he didn't expect this at all. I clasp my hand over my mouth. My own words sink in further as Lucius echoes them, and I realize with mild frustration that they were true to their core. Nothing is more important than being here for him. Somewhere beneath the surface, I've always known that my budding feelings for Lucius amounted to more than mere loneliness. I convinced myself that I was fine with being a companionless traveling bard, yet now it hurts to be away from him when the sun rises. How much deeper would that knife cut if I leave him now? I've seldom been in love. I'm not confident, I don't recognize it, even if it slapped me across the face. But this feeling I have when I look at him now, gods, I hate how honest I've had to be now that I'm in close, frequent proximity to someone I actually like. My voice shakes, though I try my best to get my bearings. I've come to care about you a great deal, Lucius. Can't you tell? We live in a cold, wicked world, and you know as well as I do that sending me back to it would not guarantee my safety. There's bandits and wild animals, shipwrecks and desert heat. I'm grateful that I've survived my fair share of adversity just long enough to meet someone like you. Being here is the closest I've ever felt to having a home. I don't have much of a life to return to outside this estate. Maybe I want to rot here for the remainder of my brief and miserable existence. I want to discover what else we have in common, and I want to learn more about you. Would you deprive me of that? This is... Conflicting emotions war across his features. I can tell he's tempted to give in, but he's just as strongly compelled to battle this to the bitter end. This is precisely part of the problem. You don't even know who I was before. A member of the royal family? I found your ring, Lucius. I was shocked at first. But you weren't the one who condemned me here. I won't hold you accountable for the cruelty of your successors. So please don't suggest that I'd hate you because of who you are. I don't. I suspected that you found it, but you still don't understand. Then explain it to me. Are you not royalty, after all? These tunnels will be the death of me. I feel lightheaded. I need some air. Lucius turns and stalks away, leaving me with the lantern. You leaving? I swear. He just left! After she poured her heart out. Run! Yes, run after him! There's an odd sense of déjà vu as I pursue him through the servants' quarters. My pace far less hurried than his. Man's getting cold feet now. Yeah, he is. Well, he thought she was leaving and now she's like, no, I'm staying here. You can't make me leave. Although his strides are long, I have no difficulty keeping up. He slows to a stop in the courtyard and once more stands with his back turned to me.
Do you know how difficult it was to make the decision to free you?
You never asked me if I still wanted to be free.
A selfish, disgusting part of me is pleased that you would choose to stay.
It's not selfish to be pleased, Lucius.
Isn't it?
No, it's not.
I told you what happened last time to Jillian. It took me years to recover. If any harm were to befall you, if you were to be taken from me, I don't think I could...
My man. He cuts himself off as a shuddering breath escapes him.
Lucius, I'm making this decision not from a place of foolhardy courage, but because your presence is worth enduring some apprehension. I am scared, you know. It's alright if you're scared too.
I close the distance, reaching for him. When he mirrors my movements, however, timidly, I seize him and pull him into a fierce hug. Lucius trembles in my grasp, his fingers digging small crevices into the clothes on my back. Okay.
I can't promise I'll live forever, Lucius. No one can promise it. Not even you.
Technically you can.
But the time I've spent with you has been the happiest times I've ever known. I feel like I can talk to you about anything, even things I'd intended to bury forever. And the memories I've made here, I know to appreciate them only because I've had you by my side. Please don't deprive me of our bond. I want to enjoy it while it lasts, however long that may be.
Or he can just rip off the clothes, because I'm guessing after all of this they're not gonna need their clothes anyway.
Lucius,
I think I'm falling in love with you.
Mic drop. Cute. Cute. Okay, I needed a drink before we can continue. Alright. Yes. Feast! My heart feels like it
I know
stopped.
it sounds absurd. I know we haven't known each other long. But you're a beautiful, radiant woman. Anyone can see it. You must have better options than this. You deserve other options. I just know someone out there will worship the very ground you walk on.
But you already worship the very ground I walk on. Why would I want anyone else? His confession reverberates in my mind like a turning fork. I feel dizzy and like I'm soaring all at once, but I pull myself together enough to murmur into his hair.
what if I don't want other options? What if I only want you?
There we go, that's what we needed to hear.
Then I would be powerless to deny you my radiance.
My radiance? My radiance? I feel so royal. Like royalty.
I would hate for you to regret this decision.
He's setting the bar really, really high. You know? Really high. I pull away, not to detach from him, but to get a good look at his face. His eyes search mine as he cups his palm over my cheek.
I propose a new barter, vampire.
Oh, we getting cocky. Oh.
I would have your heart in exchange for mine.
Ah! I am shocked. Despite himself, Lucius scoffs out a small laugh.
If you have thought this through, if you are truly, wholeheartedly certain,
Yes. Why is he not saying this out loud? Then to rot we shall go together. He should have said this should be, or maybe it's a glitch. But that should have been the voice actor, just saying. He tucks flyaway strands of hair over my ear, such a tender gesture from someone I once feared so deeply. Why is the voice actor not saying this? Yes. Oh, I have to choose. Okay. What should we do? Should we take initiative, or shall we just say you may? What do you think? We sassy? We go first. Alright. I practically leap onto him, crashing my lips against his and knocking our teeth together. Knocking our teeth together. Very romantic. Very romantic. We're going first, but we went a bit too fast. He makes a surprised sound, but he doesn't protest. Lucius encircles his arms around my waist and leans in and kisses me harder. Mutual laughter bubbles between us, and I kiss him all over his ridiculous face. He scoffs out another laugh. Looking as bashful as a schoolboy, he cradles my face in his hands and plants a final chaste kiss on my forehead. I am the luckiest man in all the lands. I love you, Charlie. All along, I have loved you. And you say that now? And then he kisses me again, pulling me closer under the midnight sky. The world feels so suddenly weightless. I recede to come up for air, but Lucius pulls me back in, kissing me with the force of a crashing wave. So I breathe him in, along with the crisp, earthy scent of moist soil. Okay. Way to go, moist soil. The night air normally has a cold bite that sticks to my skin like molasses. When he holds me in his arms, it feels like velvet. Lucius presses his forehead against mine with a breathless chuckle, smiling so hard that I barely recognize him. In all my long years, I've never met anyone like you. And in my comparatively very short years, I've never imagined I'd fall for a vampiric clean freak with the driest sense of humor I've ever known. Clean freak? Oh fine, you're not wrong. I still love you, you insolent creature. Lucius catches me around the waist and lifts me, spinning us into a triumphant half arc. He really just done pick her up and spinning her in the air. Setting the bar real high once again. Lucius! Don't tell me to contain myself. I won't do it for all the riches of the world. Bristling foxtails skim over my ankles, and my feet fall uneven as he sets me down. And now they throw her over the moat. Imagine that. Yeet! That would be the very funny, amazing ending. Before I can regain my balance, Lucius clasps my hand in his own and begins stepping in time to a melody only he can hear. What are we doing? We're dancing, as lovers do. Okay, dancing as lovers do. Remember that, every man ever. That's where the bar has been set. I stumble as he guides our bodies into a revolving turn. What? I don't know how to dance. You heard me. I've been tapping my feet along to my own melodies at most. He maneuvers me under his arm and then pulls me close enough to kiss my knuckles in a fluid motion. This slick gentleman. Then it's a good thing you'll have all the time in the world to learn. Cicadas buzz all around us like a steady hum of applause. In the distance, a single ox frog begins the chorus of its song. Another joins in, then another, until the moat itself seems to hum with their reverie.
My cat. My little baby.
He's looking at me. The very stars feel like they're sweeping around us in a beguiling dance, embracing us in the wind-blown curtains of night. As Lucius dips me back, I realize there aren't stars at all when one of them lands on my nose. They're not stars, and they're fireflies. They're lunar flies? They call them lunar flies? I call them fireflies. There are so many. Lucius, I think these are the bugs that stung me when I first crossed the moat. Hmm? Oh gods, we need to get inside. Huh? Wait, what's going on? Yeah, they are annoying. We rush into the estate together, holding onto each other and giggling like children. Lucius slows only to pat me down and make sure none of the insects tagged along. Nasty little bastards. The worst things will itch for days. I forget how aggressively lunar flies breathe during the rainy season. My cheeks hurt from grinning as he tends to me, diligently checking my hair and under my arms. Under her arms? Yes, my radiance. There's again with the my radiance. My radiance. I nearly burst out in laughter at the pet name he's chosen, but I regain enough control to pass it off as clearing my throat. I give him a quick peck on the cheek, redirecting his attention from checking for bugs to looking into my eyes. His lip tilts up into a smirk as he backs me gently against the wall, pinning me in place by propping his elbow next to my head. Okay. You're keeping me in suspense. What is it? Oh, you've made it difficult to speak my mind. I enjoy challenging you. Right, okay, look, before we go any further, I think there are a few more things we should discuss. He is not going to discuss anything, no ma'am. He is just going to continue. Lucius dips his head down and begins to kiss my neck. Lucius! No, I do actually agree with you. We should set some expectations. Set expectations? He pulls away on slightly, a meager show of mercy. For example, he traces a line from my neck to my collarbone, sending a needy shiver down my spine. How do you Oh my god! How do you feel about biting? Particularly the kind that would turn you into a creature of the night. Go vampire! Despite Lucius's easy demeanor, I know this isn't a decision you should make lightly. Yes, make it lightly! You've already... yes, even a faster decision in the West. We've already made it clear that you love each other and that you're gonna be happy and he's gonna be sad when you die and you get old and he's gonna stay young. So just do it. Turning into a vampire would be a tremendous change. Is it worth it in exchange for a promise of forever? Absolutely! Okay, I'm getting the fangs back out. Biting would be hot, although I don't want to turn. Hold on. Oh, that's difficult without a mirror. Okay. There we go! I'm very interested to agree to become a vampire. There's an indisputable appeal to immortality and power, along with the chance to share an eternity with my new beloved. Lucius' expression of absolute enthrallment only serves to bolster my decision. Prepared as ever. I told you, if she was gonna be turned into a vampire, I would bring the fangs back. Then, on the twilight eve of your choosing, it shall be done. Oh, he's not gonna do it right now! Well, in my head he did it right now, okay. Your wish will be my command whenever you are ready. The process may be painful at first, but I am certain you will emerge from it more radiant and powerful than ever. Now, what was it you wished to discuss with me before we consummate our relationship? Who says it that way? Before we consummate our relationship. Oh, I mean, I'm a little embarrassed. You're gonna laugh at me. What is it gonna be? What is she gonna be embarrassed about? It's gonna be a first time, right? That's what it's gonna be. That's what it's gonna be. Is laughing such a bad thing? Oh, okay. I was wondering if you were the first Eluvian king, the one who surrendered his crown to the heavens. Yes, medieval language, exactly. Oh my god, I never thought about it, that he could actually be the first king. Shocked. His bellowing laughter reverberates against the very walls. I knew you'd laugh at me, oh you jerk. Forgive me. It's just... Charlie, you may need to relearn your history. Eluvia's first king reigned from the dawn of civilization. If I were him, I would be very old indeed. My father's side of the family did claim to be descendant from the man, but birth certificates can be so easily forged these days. I myself am no king. I was the heir for a time, but I never ascended the throne. Which means you were a prince. He's a vampire prince! Even better! Even better. I still am, if it pleases you. As a matter of fact, it does, thank you. Lucius tilts his head, studying me as if a thought has just occurred to him. You know, Charlie, you said once that I had no whimsical books in this estate, but I do have one on the subject of old myths around here somewhere. I should see about finding it. Are you familiar with the story of Hesiod's jars? I think so. It's a box inside of a jar and some iterations, isn't it? The story involved someone opening a container despite being warned not to touch it. And in doing so, they released all manner of curses upon mankind. You truly do know your stories. He caresses my cheek absent-mindedly. It is a tale that resonated with me for quite some time. I had a personal theory that there were two kinds of people in the world. The kinds who prefer to live a blissful, unobtrusive existence, who would never risk those curses, and the ones curious enough to open the box, even knowing the consequences that would befall them. I'm fairly certain of the answer, but... Charlie, what manner of person do you think you are? Difficult questions? I'm gonna be with I'd rather be curious, because we're sassy. You know me, don't you, Lucius? I have to see what's at the bottom of the jar. If I recall, despite its moral lesson of caution, the story has an optimistic ending. In the wake of the curses they unleashed, the main character peered just once more into the container. They discovered that hope remained. Though the released curses were irreversible, hope would temper their effects. The true moral of the story is, although some curiosity can be a curse, more curiosity may be the curse. So given the choice, I have to open the jar. I would dig, I would rifle and root, and I would untangle every web I find until I see things as they truly are. You would prefer to be curious rather than content. I think I cannot be content if I were forced to temper my curiosity. I see. I should have expected no less from a woman like you. Your relentless nature is one I've come to admire. This coming from the vampire with an inhuman sense of restraint, I should be flattered. Nudge him, half expecting him to laugh and tease that he may just let his restraint slip tonight. But Lucius looks surprisingly contemplative. Yes, I'm waiting for the consummation, but it's not happening. He's still talking, and now he's contemplating, apparently. What is the matter? Yes, what is the matter? I reach up to touch his face, feeling his jaw work under my fingers. He turns just enough to sigh warmly into my palm. I don't remember the last time I felt such harrowing happiness. I worry this blissful rapture of ours will be short-lived. Need we worry about such things so soon? He kisses my hand, soft and reverent. I prefer to chat about my worries sooner rather than later. There is something else I wish to share with you. What else do you need to share? Much like I've never told anyone about Gillian, this is a thought I never voiced aloud. I believe you're the only one who will understand, and who will help me understand. My eyelashes splutter with wonder. It's no surprise that a centuries-old vampire has accumulated enough troubles to plague his thoughts, though I'm a bit exasperated at his timing. Yes, his timing is not great. Why bring this up now when I'm pinned in an intimate position against the wall? Exactly my thoughts. I'm eager to be helpful. What's on your mind? Not here. I need to find something. Will you have a seat and wait for me? Why are you leaving her hanging? Come on! Lucius exhales sharply through his nose, relief and gratitude all at once, and presses his lips to my cheek. Where is the consummation? I start a modest fire in the hearth as I wait for him, prodding the branches into position with the ever-trusty fire iron. Once I'm done, I set the fire iron against the mantle where it belongs. I don't need it anymore. I recall the collection of weapons Lucian had stowed away in the underground, and I wonder if he can train me to wield one. Though I no longer need to safeguard myself against him, an unwanted guest will surely have me singing a different tune. When Lucius returns to my side, he's holding a flat frame of wood, face down against his chest. Grab the wine, prepare. Yes! He's holding a frame. If this frame is gonna have a drawing of me on it, I'm going to freak out. He's holding a flat frame of wood face down against his chest, and wearing such a somber expression that I suspect he's brought me a mourning portrait. The frame is moderately sized, with a width that equals his shoulders and the height spanning from this collarbone to his navel. The wood is the same shade of blackthorn as his coffin, which in itself makes me uneasy. Thank you for waiting. His eyes trail past me to stare at the massive ink stain at the center of the room. In the whirlwind... Oh, hey, thank you for following! His eyes trail past me to stare at the massive ink stain at the center of the room. In the whirlwind of our unanticipated romance, I had completely forgotten to clean it up. What did you do to my desk? Oh, the ink! He's still gonna go on about the ink. He's still gonna go on about the ink. Forgive me? I was looking for a rag to clean it with, but then I heard you screaming, and well, we both got a little distracted after that, I think. A rag. You were looking for a rag. You spilled a tidal wave of ink on my desk and floor. No rag will be enough to clean it up. The spill! I never cleaned it, no, because then he was freaking in his coffin. So we forgot all about that. Yes, I suppose we want to use some lye soap to lift the stains. If we don't have any, say, why don't I use the tunnels to procure some supplies from the nearest town? That is smart. That is smart. While I'm at it, I can even barter for new instrument to entertain you with. New books for us to read. Lucius tears his attention away from the desk with visible effort. The desk is not that important. It clearly is important, Lucius. I'm truly sorry. I want to make it up to you. He gives my shoulder an affectionate squeeze. You're good to me. You know, it never occurred to me that a guest can come and go freely using the tunnels. No one has ever used it to come back. Well, then it's a good thing I'm here to think out loud for you, I coax Lucius to sit on his usual velvet chaise. As he slumps down beside me, firelight dances over the planes of his face. What did you want to share with me? Lucius sighs. He runs his hand over his scalp, breaking eye contact. I haven't been able to stop thinking about the events that led to my exile. For so long I believed it was all unjust, that I was suffering an unfair fate. But ever since you found that scrap of parchment, no, ever since I met you, you've encouraged me to reflect on myself, Charlie. And I'm no longer certain of my innocence. Funny that he should mention innocence. I've recently begun questioning the very concept. Good things don't always come to virtuous people, just as evil doesn't always get punished. When the wolf itself is unjust, one's sense of innocence is not enough to guarantee their safety and freedom. Gods, just look at what happened to Gillian. Murdered in cold blood for trusting in the goodness of his fellow man. We are not pure, faultless beings, Lucius. When we are placed in positions of suffering, we often need to become worse to survive. It's not strange to become blemished when we fall. You said it yourself that no one is perfect. I know. I knew you might say this, which is why I need you to see what I've brought. I put the pieces of the portrait back together. Its edges are frayed and some parts are still missing. But am I gonna be her daughter, the daughter of the person that, did all this to him? He turns the frame face up. It's the drawing that he ripped apart. Yeah, I can't tell if it's supposed to be me, but I think it's supposed to be me. I feel myself turn pale as the eyes of the portrait meet my own. Yeah, it's gonna be me. It's gonna be me. The depicted woman looks as if she's made from ivory and rose leaves. Literal Daddy Dave. I don't know, I hope not. Her arresting and imperious beauty, her very essence, is masterfully captured in sweeping lines of charcoal and ink. All too well I know those regally arched brows and those taut, slender shoulders. How could I ever forget? Ophelia. It's Ophelia! Why would you have a portrait of Ophelia? What? This portrait depicts Queen Hildegard Edgehaven, the ruling crown for more than 3 centuries past. Is her friend Ophelia? Lucius drops his gaze to the floor. She's my mother. Is his mom? Is Ophelia then a reincarnation of his mother? Or is Ophelia his sister? What's going on? Your mother? He told me he was a prince, but... Oh gods, Lucius, you were exiled by your own mother? Exiled and cursed at that. Do you need to sit down? I'm already sitting down, we both are. Why does your mother look so much like Ophelia? They can't be related by blood, can they? I study the features of the portrait more closely. Like sisters, they share an eerie resemblance. The same full lips, the same apple curve on their cheekbones, the same pert, pointed nose, but slowly I notice subtle differences. And I was not going to be after her. Ugh. Ophelia loved to smile, even when she was simpering or sly. She had a lively sense of joy that was contagious to everyone around her. The queen in the portrait has an icy, judging stare, and seems to revere roles with her viewer as she calculates where to place them. Her head is tilted at a faint angle, and something about her dark eyes looks half dead. But it is a drawing that somebody made from memory, like he was telling it to the other guy. So, ow, bumped my knee. So it's possible that it's not completely accurate. He might remember his mother as being dead because she punished him, but maybe it's actually Ophelia, who knows? While I doubt Ophelia was related to Queen Hildegard, I also doubt the resemblance is mere coincidence. I'll be fine. In fact, I suspect every single queen over the past 3 centuries bears a resemblance to the woman in this portrait. Isn't it strange, Charlie, that we've had an unbroken line of cruel, corrupt crowns who do little to better the lives of their people, even when they previously express an interest in breaking tradition? Why are we talking about this when we were just about to consummate? I swear. Surely they cannot all be so weak-willed. They would bend to the demands of their court and the status quo. Isn't it strange that they're not allowed to be depicted in portraits or seen in public? That they're not even allowed to stay in touch with anyone they knew prior to their regency? Talk about killing the mood, exactly. What if she's just a reincarnation of herself, or she's a witch and she just keeps making herself younger again so she can reign again? You know? Almost as if the very act of sitting on a throne compels them to behave in an unanimous way. Or perhaps the person on the throne never changes. Yeah, that's what I just said. What he's saying. I admit I'm not sure how to even start explaining my rationale. Start at the beginning, please. I'll try. As you're aware, I've been unable to set foot outside this estate since the moment of my exile. This means I've never had the chance to encounter your Ophelia, but I can tell you what I know of Queen Hildegard. Charlie, how widespread is the practice of sorcery in the world outside? Sorcery? I had little personal experience with it, but I don't think it's prevalent. There are small sects of wizardry and alchemy in certain kingdoms, and some royal families keep court magicians, and that's really all I know. Lucius nods. It was even less prevalent when I was a mortal man. Magic was an elusive art form that few were equipped to pursue. Yet my mother, I was told she began practicing sorcery soon after I was born. She had severe complications when she was heavy with child and nearly did not survive. Fearing close to death changed her. It terrified her more than anything. I always wondered if that was the reason behind the cold demeanor she'd have towards me. That she harbored a grudge because my very existence nearly killed her once. She barely deigned to speak to me and was quick to hand me off to the servants. My father, the king at the time, assured me that she simply needed to warm up to being a mother. I knew he was wrong when he adopted and doted over 2 young girls. A king and queen, my parents were under an extraordinary amount of pressure to produce continual heirs. Since the idea of giving birth upset my mother so deeply, they adopted Mathilda and Artemisia in secret to appease their court. The girls resembled them enough to pass as their real children. You did tell me you had sisters. Yes, I used to call them my mother's little pets, and secretly I envied them. They inherited the throne after Queen Hildegard's reign, didn't they, Charlie? Tell me more about your mother. Her contempt for me was more noticeable with Matilda and Artemisia running amok. She was so protective of them, never allowed them to set foot beyond the place gates, and never allowed them to be seen by outsiders. I became prone to debauchery for a while, drinking to excess, streaking through the hedges, and sleeping with handmaidens who were far too old for me. Okay. But all these calls for attention were duly ignored, aside from the occasional slap on the wrist from my father. It never hurt. He was a thin, reedy man, and so easily influenced to submit to the will of others. Easily influenced? Sounds like you dislike him, Lucius. No, I should say I never resented him, though I found it difficult to respect him. If he were not the ruler of a nation, such weakness and inertia may have been charming. You've grown up to be very different from him, then. I would hope so. He was far from aspirational figure in my mind. Now where was I? You were talking about being prone to debauchery, sorry. That's right, debauchery. The phase didn't last long. When I realized I continue to bereft of the attention I desired, all I had left to do was to focus on my studies, as ere there was much to keep me occupied. It was on my 20th birthday that one of Queen Hildegard's spells went awry. She buried an entire wing of the palace in noxious mist. Anyone who breathed it in excess withered into a bone-dry corpse, as if all the moisture had been drained from their flesh. Several members of our staff died where they stood, and several more had lifelong complications, difficulty breathing, periodic convulsions, and an eternal itch of the skin. An eternal itch of the skin? No thank you, sir. Do not sign me up for that. Oh God, were you alright? Lucius scoffs out a small chuckle. It's kind of you to ask, but I was nowhere near the wing. My celebrations took place in the great hall. I felt a tremor of the spell's impact even there. Mathilda was fine as well, because she had snuck down to see me. But Queen Hildegard and Artemisia suffered from after effects of the spell. Artemisia had to have her hand amputated. Oh God, and your mother? Queen Hildegard was bedridden for a long time. My father grew enough of a backbone to forbid the use of magic within castle walls, and news of his decision devastated her. Back then I had no idea what she was trying to accomplish. She never spoke to me after all, though I noticed she'd accumulated a collection of tomes and talismans. I had just begun sifting through her materials, trying to make sense of what had happened, when she called for me. Not for my sisters, not for my father. Me. Lucius exhales a shaky breath, and I give his knee a gentle squeeze. Forgive me. This is a difficult part of my past to relive. This is when things went irrevocably wrong. I have to take out these fangs, it's starting to be annoying. Alright, since there's not gonna be any consummating soon anyways, I never should have agreed to cede her. I should have shown her the same scorn she'd always shown me. She was your mother, Lucius. Even if she'd done something horrifying, I understand why you went to her. Still, if this is a difficult subject for you, no. I need you to know the role I played in this sordid affair, Charlie. How complicit I was in it. Lucius's eyes are racked with such a deep, despairing trepidation that I find myself gripping a cushion for support. Complicit, all those years ago, what would he possibly have done that would have such a profound effect on him still? In that case, I'm listening. I'm not sure how this is linked to Ophelia, or if Lucius ever intends to redirect the conversation to my old friend, but the fact that Queen Hildegard adopted 2 girls who resemble her, something about that detail tugs at me, like the snag of a fishhook in my mind. My sisters, oh how they sobbed at my mother's door begging for entry. It was just Matilda at first, but Artemisia joined her the minute she recovered from the amputation. My mother refused to see them, shunned them with that same coldness I knew so well. I thought I would feel satisfied when I pushed past them into the chambers. She had finally refused them and chosen me. It was like I'd won something. But those wailing little faces, shiny and stained with snot and tears, there was no satisfaction to be had. I only felt sorry for them. They were eager to idolize her. Yes, heartbreakingly so. My mother's bed was the size of a ship, and she was propped up at its center on a snowdrift of pillows. I remember looking away from her, pliant and observing her through the full-length mirror embedded in the wall. Her reflection looked, well, bright-eyed and pink-skinned, better than I'd seen her in recent memory, though her movements were sluggish as she beckoned to me with wide arms and a drowsy smile. Then she held me close and cooed over my height. I felt more like being in the embrace of a distant aunt than a mother, but I cherished that thin guise of matronly affection anyway. I tried to look impassive as she confided in me. She talked at length about her deep-seated fear of death and her lonely toil of trying to overcome it. She dug under her pillows procured a book, a hideous thing that made my skin crawl. Its cover looked little too much like it was sewn haphazardly using scraps of human flesh. She refused to let me take a closer look, but she hatingly informed me that she'd traded part of her soul to create it. It was an infernal grimoire. My mother, the queen, had become a full-blooded witch, straight out of a fairy tale. She told me that the mist was a horrendous accident and that she'd only intended to curdle her own bodily functions as a means of achieving immortality. Apparently the spell was disrupted when Artemisia wandered in at an inopportune time, causing the eruption of mist in the wing. Damn, what a story. It just keeps on going. Though the power of the grimoire was great, she knew then that it was too dangerous and difficult to control. She said that she needed to look into other options. Lucius laughed ruefully. I convinced myself I had no reason to doubt her. My own mother. Even then her explanation made no sense, but I surmised that a half-curdled body was a reasonable cause for her bedridden state. Then she asked me to assist her in overcoming the affliction of death. She said she could trust no one else, and that she would be glad to share eternity with me once we discovered its secret. Yes, suddenly, and I'm like, yes! Yes! I am waiting for the deepness of thanks. But I am curious to the story though, but it's just the weird spot in the story to put this in. Oh well. What manner of son would I be if I said no, after she'd finally worked up the courage to bear the contents of her heart after all this time? That odd sequence of words click into place in my head, the words he screamed from the confines of his coffin. You did everything she asked. I did. I leaped at the chance to become her research assistant, her little pet. I lost sleep studying ancient tomes day and night. I used every resource available to me, organizing expeditions, hiring treasure hunters and informants, all to comb through the farthest corners of the earth for the merest sign of eternal life. Queen Hildegard did her part in the research, but her work had to be discreet. We began spending much of our time here because she was forbidden from practicing sorcery in the main palace. Lucius swings his arm in a slow arc to indicate our surroundings. Our summer estate. She used to call it our mother and son getaway, as if it were a vacation. I stare at him, and then I see the chamber in a different light as I follow the gesture of his arm. It's like a find out next time you get TV shows or movie cliffhangers. Yes, that's exactly what it feels like. It's strange to imagine the estate as anything other than my new home. I try to picture Lucius and the woman in the portrait working late into the night, burning candles down to wax puddles. Part of me is anxious to skip to the story's end, knowing Lucius' fate all too well. However, a much larger part of me needs to hear how it happened. I need to know what led to Lucius becoming a vampire, exiled and alone in his own estate. One day at last, my efforts bore fruit. A wizened collector of curiosities sold me fragments of an ancient ritual, and she claimed it was one of the oldest forms of immortality. Although the full precise method was lost, we were now graced with some of its steps. It was a remarkable timing too. My resources were depleting fast, and the court asked questions what were becoming difficult to assuage. By that point my mother had become more proficient at witchcraft. Though she mainly used to keep her youth from fading, we were able to use her practical knowledge and my investigative finds to reconstruct the ritual. I picked up on some basics of magic, meanwhile, not enough to construct original spells the way she did, but enough to understand how hers worked. I still took years of trial and error, and my father and his court continued asking their questions, but it was easier to appease them after I stopped draining the royal coffers. I remember Queen Hildegard being relieved by this. She always insisted she could not be linked to our work. I understood her concern. My father had such an unfavorable stance towards her interest in magic, and I certainly did not wish to see strife in my parents' union. I was fine with lying on her behalf. When we were ready to undergo the ritual, my mother bade me to go first. I was so healthy and young compared to her, and frail and anxious old woman. I wish I could say I hesitated to obey her. Everything she asked. The echo of words were sounding less buzzing locusts and more like death knell. I thought it was a success. My old scars healed over an instant, my vision improved, and I dare say I looked a bit easier on the eyes. Yet it wasn't long before we noticed side effects. We had discovered one of the oldest forms of immortality, all right, and its cost would make themselves known. My teeth and fingers were evidently sharper. I could no longer step into broad daylight or enter homes uninvited. That's why he's a different type of vampire, because he was made with magic. Broad daylight or enter homes uninvited. And my reflection was simply gone. I liked the mindless bloodlust that typically accompanied my condition, but no longer being human was a wholly unexpected corollary of the ritual. No, magic's never good. Nope. We had recreated the dark gift in its purest form, Charlie. The process that allowed the first vampires to roam the eternal darkness. In exchange, I had lost my privilege of walking among mortal men. Always prices to pay, indeed. Queen Hildegard was dissatisfied with the results of my transformation. Despite gaining the power and immortality she craved, in her eyes I was a failed experiment. He leaves a pained, bitter pause. She was cold to me again, and I hated it. I knew I disappointed her. I would have given anything to regain her affection. That infernal grimoire, she liked to keep it close, but she couldn't be seen carrying such a ghoulish-looking thing. When she was forced to leave it unattended, I seized the opportunity to leaf through its pages. The thought that I could still be useful. I knew she'd been looking into other rituals, other methods of immortality. But the horrors I found in that wretched book, gods, the way she was planning to use all the materials and ingredients I'd gathered, it sent me into panic. She was going to take it too far. I wanted to dissuade her, to reason with her, but she was incensed when I learned I'd touched the grimoire. She punished me. She gathered my most favorite attendants, and she had them all slaughtered. Everyone who knew about my condition, everyone who would speak out on my behalf, they were all put to death. I'm sorry, but I do feel like you are still the victim here. Okay, you helped her, but only because you wanted some motherly love, because she didn't give you any. So, thus far, you are still a victim in my eyes and not guilty of anything. and then she made me take the fall. My mother dumped the bodies in the wine cellar and bound me to that coffin amidst them. As I understand it, she'd said I'd killed them. Went on to call me a monster without a shred of remaining humanity, claiming she saved the kingdom from my reign of terror. I don't know what else she told my father, or what she specifically said to the court. When I emerged from the coffin, I was alone in the estate and surrounded by the corpses of people I held dear. Oh my God. The man has got it all indeed. All of the issues, all his. And I drank from them. There was no saving them, but I feel disgusted with myself even now. Lucius had turned from me, so I could only see the silhouette glow of firelight on the contour of his cheek. I feel stranded, struck processing the grievous enormity of his origin. The room seems dimmer and colder as the minutes tick on. I don't know what it was like to have a mother, but I know what it's like to crave someone's approval. I can't say whether or not I would have made the same decision as Lucius, but being born by Queen Hildegard undeniably sent him on a narrow trajectory. How can I possibly condemn him for that? There was nothing else you could have done, Lucius, wasn't there? You blame yourself too severely. Your mother, Queen Hildegard, she led me into the darkness, yes, she took me and delved me deep into the dark arts, but I bowed my head and I followed, because you wanted motherly love that she didn't give you, and that is her fault, not yours. She would not hold such power if I dared to defy her even once, but you weren't going to do that. You were a young guy, just wanting love from his mother. What do you mean now? Lucius glances at me before scowling at the fire. His hands open across in an uneasy rhythm around the picture frame. Lucius, tell me, help me understand. Do you know how my parents died? Every orphan from Nightingale Gardens can recite the names and prominent facts of the royal family. Before I ran away, the matrons managed to drill the knowledge into my skull through stringent reception and occasionally via whipping switch across our palms. I haven't thought about Illuvian history in a long time, but I can recall it as easily as fonder memories. His Majesty King Frederick Edgehaven died of an illness. His queen never remarried and she died of old age. Died of old age, isn't that odd? Do you think such obsession with immortality can simply wither away over time? Because she found another way to stay alive, Charlie. I know it for a fact. The spell she'd composed in her grimoire, her horrific, compelling servitude, summoning demons, hexes, plagues, and of course consuming the life essence of another person. So she lives on, whispering nefarious plots into the crown's ear like some evil vizier? I'm telling you that she sits on the throne still, Charlie. This spell, when concentrated on a single victim, it takes everything from them. It steals their energy, their youth, and even their face. Everything, until the victim shrivels and collapses, lifeless, leaving only the thief with her new body. Damn! Memories rush back in a flash. My performance before the Queen's court. I felt the bile rising in the back of my throat. No. I didn't know it then, but I know it now. Queen Hildegard meant to cast it on my sister, and misfired, due to the immensity of the grimoire's power. It scared her then, made her back off, and made her cold towards her daughters. Only then did she seek alternate method, through me, but oh, I'm certain she kept that consumption spell in mind all the while. Perhaps poor Artemisia wasn't a suitable vessel. Even after the second attempt, years after my exile, Queen Hildegard would have to move on to the spare body, Mathilda. But once Mathilda was spent, she would need another body, and then another, preferably with faces that resembled hers. She always was terribly vain. No, 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 I refuse to believe it. Well, it makes sense. She's crazy enough to do it.
Oh, did I scare you with my bottle, my baby? The cat's still sleeping.
I stand and find myself reeling, dizzy from my abrupt change in altitude. Lucius reaches to steady me, but I shrug him off. I need my journal. Wait here. What now? She is running away. I dart out of the room, breathing hard and clasping my hand over my mouth as I try to keep the sensation of sickness from spilling out. I keep the journal underneath my pillow when I don't have it on hand. It doesn't take me long to retrieve it. My fingers are trembling as I slam my journal before us. Ophelia sent me this journal a month after she left for the place. Tell me, Lucius, would your queen wait that long to consume her? Well, apparently she did. Yes. The consumption of life essence is a gruesome spell, but it was one of her simpler ones. After some refinement, Queen Hildegard no longer needed her grimoires to cast it. It only requires an amount of the victim's hair as a conduit to be carefully collected over a period of time. Charlie, you confirmed it for me when you said it yourself. The woman on the throne was not your Ophelia. I knew this would cause you pain. I didn't want to tell you, but I said I would rather be curious. I said I would rather know the truth. There's a throbbing, quivering ache behind my eyes. My thoughts are crashing together, and it's difficult to string them into coherent words. So now you're telling me that because I said that I am curious, you're telling me all of this, and we didn't continue what we were gonna do back then. Preposterous. Preposterous. My tingling skin feels increasingly numb. All I know for certain is that I have no tears left to shed. You don't know for certain. You didn't know for certain until you met me. My previous guests were either uneducated or thoroughly disinterested in politics. Many of them could not even read. The crown had been careful not to send anyone who would rouse my suspicion, but she was careless when she met you. You're the only one to have known an Illuvian queen prior to her reign, to have seen her before and after she took the throne, and you know just enough Illuvian history to help me complete the dreadful puzzle. Charlie, will you tell me who the crown was after Queen Hildegard? Queen Artemisia Edgehaven. Indeed, did she ever marry? No. She died young and left the throne to a sister. That means Artemisia had no children. What was the name of the sister who ruled after her? Mathilda. Queen Mathilda Edgehaven. She's the one who founded my orphanage. Yes, Nightingale Gardens. Named as such for our father's affinity for songbirds. Not that Matilda would have spent enough time with our father to know such a thing. I must have made her very popular indeed, when she declared the next crown could be chosen from there, routinely elevating commoners to nobility. She endeared herself to her people by choosing an orphan girl as a successor. Instead of the numerous eligible candidates for grand dukes and courts, orphan girls would continue to be chosen for as long as the next monarch upholds the custom. Matilda didn't have any heirs either, did she? To have 3 queens in a row averse to childbirth is a strange pattern for a kingdom that once devoutly emphasized divine birthright. Lucius. And I expected all the queens after them remain childless and unmarried. Am I wrong? At first I thought I was delusional for even considering the possibility. I hoped I had too much time to think, to let my fantasies get away from me, but when you told me about Ophelia's changed demeanor, I am truly sorry, Charlie. It brings me no joy to reveal the truth, but I knew it'd be wrong to withhold it from you. I would have been completely fine if we did our thing first and then you told me this like next week or something. Would have been completely fine by me. So you're telling me that this centuries-old witch has been using my orphanage as some sort of body-snatching orchard where she can freely take her pick. Yeah, I know. And that bullshit about guaranteeing us a place in high society, all a front so the queen could secure someone who looked similar to herself. That Ophelia wasn't selected for her intelligence or for any of her virtues, but so she could be sacrificed for the queen to wear her face. It's too horrible to accept. As my hands curl into trembling fists, my nails dig deep half-moon gouges into my palms. The anger crackingly through my bones is as ridiculous as it is unbearable. My emotions are useless and vivid, like a bonfire caught under a downpour. The throbbing ache behind my eyes feels increasingly hollow. Ophelia is dead then. She lived only in my thoughts, because that thing murdered her and took her place. I feel like the biggest fool in the lands. No, Charlie, am I not? I've spent so long feeling sorry for myself, so long missing her and crying like a child all this time. She was never even alive to know it. What did she ever do to deserve such a fate? Why her? Lucius gave me a long, pained look. We both know the reason. Neither of us wish to voice it aloud now. And if the senseless tragedy caused by a self-serving witch would hurt less this way. I belt out a bitter, mirthless laugh, pressing my palms against my eyes. To think that I'll never see her again. Not the real her, I correct myself quietly. Look at me. Lucius sets the portrait down, shifting to kneel before me and catch my gaze, but I can't even meet him halfway. My visions are swimming, pitch black at the edges as I glare at the portrait with newfound hatred. It stares back at me with those dead eyes, dark and domineering. This wretched woman, this witch, stole Ophelia from me. She stole the throne from her own son, and if she isn't stopped, she's going to steal the futures of countless more girls. But what can I possibly do to stop her now? This humiliating powerlessness makes me realize why Lucius tore the drawing to shreds. I'm tempted to seize it and launch it right into the fireplace myself. Could I have helped her escape if I knew the truth sooner? Or is it anything I could have done to save Ophelia? No, because you didn't know. Does anyone know how much evil this woman has inflicted on her own kingdom aside from the vampire prince she'd forsaken? Oh! Oh my god!
Baby, you sneezed! You scared me!
Oh my god, my cat's almost scared me to death with his sneeze. Lucius gingerly takes my hand in his own, but I'm too numb to reciprocate.
Yeah? Well?
The artist took great pains to draw attention to her loathsome face. Did Gillian know how vile of a beast he'd captured on parchment when he rendered her likeness? He knew she was my mother and that she was the one who banished me, but he never learned the full context. You're the only one I've trusted enough to. He trails off, perhaps second-guessing his decision to confide in me. Part of me, heart attack, almost, and now he's just sitting here, like, staring at me. Just staring at me. Part of me wants to smile for him, even though it will waver, to soothe him, even though my voice will crack, but I'm still unable to tear my eyes from the portrait. The delicate lace trim on the dress and the gemstone on the queen's crown have been smudged, but her pendant was carefully carved into the parchment with dark, determined lines.
Help you by school.
Yeah. I squint harder at it. How hadn't I noticed it before? Keep safe. What? This symbol, Lucius. What is the meaning of this symbol? I reach the portrait, then think better of it and flip open my songwriting journal for him. There, on the first page beneath the leather-bound cover, is a red ink design that matches its charcoal counterpart, the bejeweled pendant encircled by a knotted half-wreath of thorns. Excuse me? She knew that she was gonna send her to his son, to the sun. Lucius lurches as if he means to stand, but bends back down to study my journal with increasing agitation. What? It can't be. His eyes are wide and daring as he looks at me, caught somewhere between pleading and thoroughly rattled. Charlie, can I take a closer look? My throat clenches tight with instinctive apprehension. I've never allowed anyone to look at my journal. Touching it has been completely out of the question. But I need to know the truth. I want the truth. I want to trust Lucius to help me find it. All these years of keeping the journal safe, of keeping myself safe, I wonder if I've been waiting for the reckoning of this very moment. With wordless reluctance, I place the book in his waiting hands. Lucius immediately stands, pacing and holding it with uneasy reverence. He turns its pages more hastily by the second. Why do you even have this? How long? You've written all over the damn thing. He tangles his fingers through his hairline, leaving frayed, frazzled strands in his wake as he flips back to the inside cover. Lucius faces me with a mystified scowl. The symbol. It's a symbol of her pact. The deal the queen made when she sacrificed part of her soul to augment her magical powers to make this. He shuts the book and holds it up, shaking it with grave emphasis. Her infernal grimoire. Excuse me? But the cover is different. Why is the cover different? What happened to it? And you took it everywhere, Charlie. Through mud and prison cells and tavern brawls. Gods in heavens, you had it with you when you performed before my mother. Wait, what? Slow down. How can it be the same grimoire? It was completely blank, other than Ophelia's note to keep it safe. Or to keep myself safe. I was never quite sure which. Lucius humors me by re-examining the inside cover of the book. After a moment he scoffs out loud, then he begins to laugh, deflating beside me on the velvet chaise. He laughs and laughs, his sagged shoulders quaking with bone-weary hysteria. The fates are terribly fickle, aren't they? You weren't wrong about her after all, Charlie. Your Ophelia was as sharp as a knife, and it seems she did her part in changing Illuvia's future. She did? Lucius taps the book for a few times against his palm, as if he's reluctant to part with it. Still, he doesn't take longer than a heartbreak to hand it to me. This is all you have to remember her by, isn't that right? You should hang on to this book. You've been marvelous at caring for it thus far. There's no reason to stop now. There's a small confused pang in my chest as I accept it from him. I leaf through its pages, marveling at what secrets they must hold. Is Ophelia's soul gonna be in the book? That would be cool. First she steals food from an orphanage, then she steals a grimoire from a witch queen. It sounds part of the course, wouldn't you say? Mother must have been furious. I linger on the inside cover one more time. Keep safe. As I bore down on those benign little words, Lucius drags his forefinger along the inside seam. You see this? The thread is exposed and loose here. Its color doesn't match the rest of the book. Ophelia must have waited for the queen to leave the grimoire unattended, much like I did. She replaced its cover to hide her swapping bruise for as long as possible. Yeah, they keep dropping bombs. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yes. Even if the queen sent her entire army to search for the grimoire, they would not know what to look for. They would not know its new appearance. Be that as it may, why in heaven would Ophelia go through the trouble of sealing and sending it to me? If she's discovered the queen's scheme, why didn't she flee the palace and save herself? You know her much better than I ever will, Charlie, but let's say she did successfully escape, despite the queen's best efforts to hunt her down and detain her. What do you think would have happened afterwards? Your mother is relentless, isn't she? If so, she would have found another girl. Someone else would have suffered in Ophelia's place. Would your Ophelia have allowed that to transpire? Another pang ripples through my chest. A choked noise escapes me as I part my lips to speak. Lucius reaches out once more to hold my hand, grounding me with a sympathetic grip. A faint thought crosses my mind like a whisper, that he of all people knows what it's like to lose someone he loved. I unfurl my fingers just enough to gently squeeze back. Ophelia liked to inconvenience others sometimes, but she never wanted to cause any actual harm. She would have done everything in her power to avoid it. I suspected as much. Beneath her veneer of being a cunning little scoundrel, I believe you said she was kind. Perhaps this prompted her to send a grimoire to the only orphan in Illuvia who both despised Nightingale Gardens and was fiercely protective of her belongings. So protective, in fact, that she refused to trade her loot to a vampire in exchange for her freedom. I think Ophelia trusted that you'd resist those in power, Charlie. My lip quivers. I look away from him in haste, and mercifully he no longer pleads with me to make eye contact. All these years of carting around this wretched book, carrying out the command of those who hastily scrawled words, I was rarely gratifying, but it's always felt so stupidly important. But now Lucius is telling me that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't as stupid as I thought. I don't know if his speculations are true, but his logic has a sense of significance and faith. I have to admit, it's appealing to hear. If the reality of what happened aligns with what he believes, there's a reason she didn't destroy it, isn't there? The grimoire, I mean. You don't know? How would I know such a thing? I'm not the witch's research assistant. My tone is snappier than I intended. Forgive me, Magic was not uncommon, but I thought precaution against magic were fairly rudimentary. I truly meant no offense. I forgive you. I'm sorry too. I meant to tease you, but it seems it didn't land. His lips quirk into a half-hearted grin. Our banter is a short-lived slip into normalcy. He can't tell I'm still hurting. Destroying a grimoire releases the power contained within. The Queen's soul will be destroyed, and she will be free to create a second grimoire. When I was mortal, we refrained from destroying this book for this very reason. One never knows if an infernal pact is sealed, and its passages. Keep grimoires far away from their wielders, and the best way to cut down their power, and you. He will die. Yeah, probably. Probably. Charlie, you performed that task splendidly. Ophelia would be so proud of you. I exhale a sharp, shuddering breath that grazes inside of my chest like a wreath of thorns. This is my cue to break down into impassioned sobbing. Oh, she gonna start sobbing again? I think mourning every memory and lost moment I failed to treasure when Ophelia was alive. Although I picture myself in that state of breaking beautifully, my tear ducts remain relentlessly and shamefully dry. And my mind is once more abuzz with growing noise. Can we use this, Lucius? The grimoire? Is there anything in there that can restore my friend? Ow. Lucius' eyes crinkle with inward anguish, but he does not look away. He meets my wavering gaze with steely resolve. Queen Hildegard was interested only in prolonging her life, not in cheating death. She never worked on such spells to my knowledge, and I myself only studied in it passing. Last I heard, necromancy is a ghastly, unrewarding art form. You can restore one's body, but a spirit, once departed, is lost for good. I see. I suppose Ophelia wouldn't want to come back anyway, not if it meant losing an integral part of who she was. That's what I need to tell myself if I want to move on. What would be the point of reanimating a corpse if it didn't have her in it? In my own way, I already mourned her that day she left the orphanage. Perhaps some part of me never stopped. Still, it's crushing to accept that this loss is a permanent one. Lucius watches me for a while, shoulders slumped. Charlie, if I may offer a rather more selfish suggestion, there are other spells we may use to our benefits. Lucius hesitates before carefully correcting himself. to my benefits. Even now he's exercising restraint, folding his arms against his chest with humility when he'd embraced me with such passion not so long ago. It reminds me of how he kept his distance at the start of my stay, and in an alarming deduction I realize that he's holding himself back out for consideration for me. Both then and now, he wanted me to feel safe enough to say no. I was afraid he would hurt me when I first met him. My biases formed by the outside world ensured I would fear him when I met him. I was so afraid that he would hurt me that I felt little desire to understand him. Yet now that I know him, I'm beginning to suspect that my feelings for him border on violent adoration. There is no better antidote to fear than that. My heart remains heavy. I expect it will remain so for some time. But somehow at the same time, it's full to bursting as I lean close to him. Okay. That's a sudden change back to that again. I have to readjust my mood settings. I can feel his lashes against my brow as our foreheads softly meet. Charlie? My feelings toward you are unchanged, Lucius. I care for you still. Thank you for sharing everything with me. I can't imagine how hard it must have been to make that decision. Why do you look so surprised? I was never upset with you, you know. You weren't the one who killed all those girls, and you didn't kill Ophelia. But He trails off and I wrinkle my nose at him, possibly because he knows how viciously I would argue with him if he tries to list any accusatory crimes. You have a unique talent in making me reconsider what I'm about to say. You even render me speechless sometimes. Ha, sounds like I was right. Allow me to settle with saying this. Charlie, I do not wish to ask anything of you. I love you, but I know you will need time to grieve. I will. I'll have plenty of time to do so after you tell me how we can use the grimoire to your benefit. Very well. Oh, now we're gonna talk about all of that, okay. If I remember correctly, the grimoire contains the spell that was used to bind me to the coffin. Is that so? So, you can benefit from binding me to keep you company as a cursed coffin companion? My voice is a bit less teasing than I expected, and Lucius doesn't take the hint, looking horrified. No, Charlie, don't be foolish. Absolutely not. I would never wish such a fate on you. I'm saying that I may be able to break the curse if I can study how it works. You can do that? I believe so. I have no talent for devising my own spells, but revising one is far simpler than casting one. Lucius, that would be incredible. That means no more claustrophobic night terrors, no more pained grimaces. What else? My thoughts race and tangle with possibilities, but they all arrive at a single resounding conclusion. Lucius, you'd be able to leave the estate, wouldn't you? We could leave together. I think my cat has to use the bathroom, so I have to let him out. I feel like if we break his curse, he will die. Yeah, I agree. Okay, I'm gonna be right back to let my cat outside and grab another drink. The tunnels will be a daunting venture, but yes, if it works, I would no longer be bound to the estate. I could accompany you if you would still have me. Of course I would. I pause for a moment, collecting my thoughts. My grip firm on the journal. What about? I gesture at him, uncertain. With a small pained smile, he shakes his head. No, even my mother couldn't reverse it. And as strange as it may sound, I don't think I would wish to not be a vampire anymore. It's been part of who I am for so long. If I lost this, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how to be myself anymore. Gently, I put my hand on his to squeeze it. I understand, and I love you the way you are. I'm sorry for asking. No need to apologize, Charlie. Your curiosity was legitimate, and I know you meant well. Even so, What's happening? Okay. This time, he is the one stopping me from saying nonsense by pressing his lips against mine. Overwhelmed by a lot of conflicting emotions, I close my eyes to deepen the kiss. Yes, that's what I'm thinking as well. But it's such weird timing. I swear, in real life, would this happen? I don't think so. Overwhelmed by a lot of conflicting emotions, I close my eyes to deepen the kiss. Everything is still a little fuzzy in my head. The Queen, Ophelia, the spellbook, but at least I find comfort in being with Lucius. My hand slides through his hair, clutching in between my fingers to keep him from moving away from me. No matter what lies ahead, at least we'll be together. Consummate. They consummate. Yes. And this is the end. Breaking the spell was no small task. Okay, now we got the ending. Okay, I'm curious. Breaking the spell was no small task. It wasn't much help, and Lucius's memory was distant and fragmented. But with time and practice, we managed to decipher all the spells in the book until we found the right one. Part of me was unwilling to trust anything from that cursed grimoire, but I could sense how eager Lucius was to attempt it. Yeah, I mean, if you were sleeping like that every night, I would be too. Despite my reservations, I couldn't keep him waiting. Every night his cries reminded me of what was at stake. What happened could not be worse than what he was already enduring. Whatever happened. My fears were baseless. After an exhausting ceremony that required far too much blood for my liking, Lucius was released! Okay! They did it! His curse lifted. His coffin burst into flames, leaving only a pile of ashes behind as a reminder of his long suffering. Although he knew that nothing kept him in his old prison anymore, it took him several days to attempt walking through the tunnel. The water still distressed him, and only my presence at his side gave him the strength to venture under the moat. They're really gonna be living their life outside of this castle and being happy. I'm all for it. Hand in hand. With both of us now free to travel, I took him to the neighboring kingdom. It was my greatest joy to show him the most astonishing wonders I'd seen and the vast landscapes that he'd been missing for so many years. I wasn't afraid when Lucius punctured my flesh and drank deeply from me. I knew what I wanted, and I wouldn't be denied. I would have eternity by his side, even if it cost me the sun itself. My transformation was a gradual one. My skin slowly turned much paler than his, just as my heartbeat grew fainter and my hunger grew stronger. My fangs were by far the most uncomfortable changed, and I wept and wept as they pushed and strained through my gums. However, after they had fully grown out, I found them quite fetching. Of course they're fetching. Fangs are cool as fuck. Living at night did not trouble me. After all, night was the time when bards shone their brightest. No, the hardest trial of all was dealing with the bloodlust that had taken a hold of me. In spite of my strength of character, it was agony to resist it. Every time I came across a human being, I could hear no, feel their heart beating, and I could barely keep myself in check. Fortunately, Lucius was by my side through it all, taking care of me patiently, firmly. He kept me from doing something I would forever regret. And when the bloodlust grew too strong, he accompanied me to a deserted forest, and we lived there for several months, away from any temptation. This man! Amazing. Every time he held me in his arms, whispering soothing words, I couldn't help my flowing tears, but I wasn't sobbing on my own account. Every time I could only think that he endured it all himself, alone. I was then, during those days away from civilization, that I swore to myself I would never leave him alone anymore. Eternity was much too frightening to face on one's own. In time I managed to get each other part of me understood. In time I managed to get that other part of me under control. And we were able to resume our travels. Each journey took us to places more remote and dangerous. We never started fights ourselves, but a few pirates and bandits paid the price of underestimating us. Nothing could stand in our way except the sun, but I cherished every moment of daytime that I spent at Lucius's side in quiet and dark places. Our bliss was complete, except from times that news of Queen Hildegard reached us. Every time we heard her name, shivers took over my body. In those moments, desire for revenge obscured everything else, and we planned and we plotted. With my newfound powers, I felt invincible. Between the two of us, we could surely defeat the witch deprived of her magical grimoire. And yet the risk of defeat still existed. And so every time I ended up changing my mind. For one, I was not ready to look at this usurper in Ophelia's body. But most importantly, I knew that this was not what Ophelia would have wanted. She would have wanted me to enjoy every moment of this life that Lucius and I had earned, and she would be heartbroken to see it consumed by rage. I would not let it come to that. Not our life would be consumed by love. Instead, a powerful love, worthy of my most beautiful ballads, a love deep and true, an eternal love. Freedom and vampire. So we clearly got a happy ending. It's so out of tune again. Okay. Applause. Yes, it was a great story. Applause. I'm curious to what the other endings are, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to sit through 5-6 more hours of this again, already knowing all of the first parts of the story just to get a different ending. So I might just look them up. Because, yeah. Okay. I am pretty impressed. Okay, Eric Navarro. That's the voice of our man, Eric Navarro. Okay, Eric Navarro. Oh, they have another game, Imperial Grace. Yeah, but that doesn't have a vampire. And that's what I'm all about. Okay. Right. I'm gonna have a little look at this Eric Navarro, who is our, maybe he voiced other things, and if he did, Eric Navarro, voice actor. Oh, that is not what I expected him to look like. No, sir, that is not what I expected. That's him. That's not what I expected. See, that's the cool thing about voice acting. It's so crazy. That's crazy. All right. I am very, very tired now, though. So I think we're gonna end it here. And yeah. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sticking with me through this entire story. It really means a lot to me. So, but I'm gonna go to bed now because I am tired and it is late. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and I'll Talk to you later. Bye!